Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. To the Honorable, the Rector of Universitas Trisakti, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsah Suryadi, DEA, the Honorable all Vice Rectors of Universitas Trisakti, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, FTKE, Universitas Trisakti, Dr. Insinyur Suryo Prakoso, STMT, the Honorable Speakers, Professor Sun Chionobu, Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Burhanudinur, MSc, IPU ASEAN Engineer, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyen T. Hoainga, Professor Insinyur Asep Kurnia Permadi, MSc, PhD, and Professor Ken Sang Lee, the Honorable Deans, Directors, Vice Deans, Head of Bureau, Head of Unit, Head of Department of Universitas Trisakti, the Honorable Director of Icpmget Cepu, the Honorable Dean of Faculty Mineral Technology UPN Veteran Yogyakarta, the Honorable the Chairperson of Trisakti Alumni Association, IKA Trisakti or the representative, the Honorable Icpmget 2024 Chairperson Dr. Kartika Fajarwati Hartono, and to all participants that could not be mentioned one by one. My name is Prayang Sani Yulia. Welcome to the first International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technologies, Icpmget 2024. This conference brings the theme Empowering of Earth Resources for Sustainable Energy, and this event is held on 24 and 25 July 2024 at Auditorium B Campus Universitas Trisakti, and also this event is proudly presented by the Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, FTKE, Universitas Trisakti. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this event safely and securely, we present you the video of safety briefing.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi Universitas Trisakti. Kami dari Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi Universitas Trisakti akan menyampaikan safety briefing. Safety briefing merupakan prosedur keselamatan bagi sivitas akademika, mahasiswa, staf pengajar, dan seluruh tamu FKG Usakti. Saat ini Anda berada di ruang auditorium Gedung B, Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi Universitas Trisakti. Perlu diketahui bahwa hari ini tidak ada latihan darurat, sehingga apabila terdengar alarm berbunyi, tetap tenang dan jangan panik, dan ikuti petunjuk dari petugas kami. Pertama, keluar dari pintu ruang auditorium. Lurus ke depan. Ikuti tangga turun ke bawah hingga lantai dasar. Kemudian belok kanan menuju arah lobi. Terus lurus melewati air mancur menuju titik kumpul. Titik kumpul atau assembly point adalah tempat berkumpul untuk keperluan evakuasi saat keadaan darurat. Titik kumpul terdekat ada di sebelah pos satpam depan bundaran air mancur. Cobalah memastikan rekan kerja Anda sebelum dan sesudah keadaan darurat. Berikut kami sampaikan cara evakuasi yang benar. Pertama, bagi wanita yang memakai hak tinggi, harap dilepas. Kedua, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Berjalanlah dengan cepat dan jangan berlari. Ketiga, jika Anda melihat asap atau api yang mulai menyala, jangan panik. Tetap tenang dan teriakanlah kode red. Berjalanlah menunduk bila ada asap karena posisi tersebut memudahkan untuk bernafas. Keempat, jika terjadi gempa bumi, usahakan untuk berlindung di bawah meja atau merapat pada sudut dinding yang kuat. Kelima, jangan menggunakan lift. ikuti jalur evakuasi, dan utamakan wanita hamil, lansia, dan orang yang mempunyai kelemahan fisik. Alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR terletak pada setiap lantai di kedua sisi dinding selasar gedung. Alat pemadam api ringan ini dapat Anda gunakan pada saat kebakaran. Demikian safety briefing, ruang auditorium gedung B, Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi Universitas Trisakti. Kami harap saudara-saudari akan tetap tenang jika ada keadaan darurat. Terima kasih dan selamat beraktivitas.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and followed by Mars Universitas Trisakti. Please all rise.
Universitas Trisakti, Usakti yang kaya, alma mater kita, menyumbang tenaga sajadah, berkarya dengan penuh jiwa. Berkibarlah panji-panjimu, lambang jiwa bergerak maju, dengan tekad bersatu mengabdikan karyamu, membangun Indonesia Raya. Universitas Trisakti tegak perkasa, indah menghias pesada, nusa dan bangsa penuh bangga, bukti bakti sepanjang masa. Berkibarlah panji-panjimu, lambang jiwa bergerak maju, dengan tekad bersatu mengabdikan karyamu, membangun Indonesia Raya. Universitas Trisakti dirgahayulah, bimbinglah seluruh putra, bangun negara Pancasila, wujudkan Indonesia Jaya. Berkibarlah panji-panjimu, lambang jiwa bergerak maju, dengan tekad bersatu mengabdikan karyamu, membangun Indonesia Raya.
Thank you and please be seated. And up next, we present you the welcoming dance performed by the dance team of FTKE Universitas Trisakti, and here the synopsis. The wonderful Nusantara dance. As the few fusion of several traditional dances in Indonesia, sort of Borneo, West Java, Jakarta, and Bali, depicting the wonderful culture in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to the dance team of FTKE Universitas Trisakti. Once again, give a big applause for dance team of FTKE Universitas Trisakti, the wonderful Nusantara. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the following agenda, let us hear the speech that will be delivered by the chairperson of Icpmget 2024. Please welcome to Dr. Kartika Fajarwati Hartono. Time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Trisakti University, Professor Kadarsah Suryadi, the Honorable Vice Rectors, Deans and Vice Deans, Director of Trisakti University, and the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, Dr. Suryo Prakoso, the Honorable Representative of Trisakti Alumni Association, IKA Trisakti, Bapak Todo Tua Pasaribu, the Honorable Distinguished Speakers, Professor Shun Chionobu from Akita University, Professor Ken Sengli from Hanyang University, Professor Asep Kurnia Permadi from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Nganguyen, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin from Trisakti University, the Honorable Dean of Faculty Mineral Technology, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, the Honorable Distinguished Guests, esteemed colleagues and participants. On behalf of the first Icpmget 2024 Organizing Committee, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the first International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technology 2024 through hybrid setting, both online and offline, on 24 to 25th July 2024. This conference, with the theme Empowering of Earth Resources for Sustainable Energy, is expected to explore the latest advancement, share innovative ideas, and foster collaborative relationships in the field of petroleum, mining, geology, geoscience, energy, and environmental technology. The presenters and participants who are joining this conference are coming from different affiliations as researchers, lecturers, practitioners, undergraduate, and also graduate students. This conference is aimed to create an opportunity for academics, professionals, and students to collaborate, sharing, and develop new ideas in earth resources and energy technology. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our honorable invited speakers. Your willingness to share your expertise and insight is invaluable, and also to our sponsor for their fully support. Thank you so much for BATM Trisakti, PT Kideko Jaya Agung, PT Elnusa, PT Andamas Global Energy, PT Cipta Krida Tama, IKA Trisakti, Bank Negara Indonesia, BNI, and also Bapak Silmi Karim as the chairman of IKA Trisakti. Also, I would like to appreciate the hard work and dedication of the Dean of the Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, Dr. Suryo Prakorso, the faculty members, all committee members, and volunteers for hosting this event and making this conference possible. Together, let us make the most of this opportunity to advance our knowledge, force new collaborations, and drive the future petroleum, mining, geology, geoscience, and energy. Once again, welcome to the first International Conference of the Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technology. I wish you all a productive and enriching experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the remarkable speech, Dr. Kartika Fajarwati Hartono, as the chairperson of Icpmget 2024. So ladies and gentlemen, for the following agenda, this is the speech that will be delivered by the chairperson of Alumni Association of Trisakti, or IKA Trisakti, that represented by Mr. Todo Tua Pasaribu. Please welcome, time is yours.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here representing of board member of our alumni, IKA Trisakti. There is some message and idea that it will be put on our speech for this morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Honorable Dean of Trisakti, the Honorable Rector of Trisakti, Professor Kadarsa Suryadi, the Honorable Vice Rector, Deans and Vice Deans, Institutional Director of Trisakti, Head and Vice Heads of Department of Trisakti, the Honorable Dean of Faculty Earth and Energy Technology, Dr. Suryo Prakoso, and then the Associate Professor, Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin from Trisakti University, Indonesia. So Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and a honor to be here today on the first international conference of petroleum mining, geology, energy, and environmental technology of 2024, with the theme of empowering of earth resources for sustainable energy. Icpmget is committed to supporting innovation and sustainability while developing the best generation of energy business professional in our country. Achieving Indonesia Net Zero program is important for the objective. To do this, we require the active participation of our alumni. Your skill and leadership are critical in promoting sustainable practice while maintaining our existing energy and economy stability. We must invest in renewable energy, increase energy efficiency, and foster a culture of sustainability. Sharing product expertise and staying up to date on the newest innovation will allow us to make better decisions and implement for more successful tactics. Icpmget contribution is important in our position as alumni is also essential. Together, we can ensure that Indonesia remain stable and affluent for future generations. So, we think that let us commit to this great cause for the world greener and more sustainability future. Ladies and gentlemen, energy transition refers to the transformation of the global energy sector from fossil-based to the renewable source such as water, wind, solar, ocean wave, including geothermal energy. In the spirit of our time, the current energy transition, expansive and utilization of the environmental friendly energy. When we speak the energy transition, we are talking about sustainability, renewable, carbon neutral, and green energy. As civilization advances, there is an increasing demand for energy, particularly in the industrial and transportation sector. Utilizing clean of green energy in all aspects of our life, a legacy for future generation, ensuring they can live in a clean, low emission and environment. Energy plays a vital role in the progress of civilization, and advanced society require high energy for food production, transportation, industry, entertainment, and beyond. In the roadmap of strategic project related to energy transition, we can be optimistic, especially considering that the President himself oversees them. Transition to energy green can be like something like the orchestra, require a conductor, giving the involvement of numerous entities, including government agency, state-owned enterprise, private sector, and academy. And then, ladies and gentlemen, striving for zero emission is no longer an option, but a demand that business must fulfill. The goal of zero emission also reflects market demand, ensuring products from industry are produced using green energy. Energy conservation and the use of clean energy must become part of our lifestyle, ultimately leaving a legacy for a better quality of life for future generations. Energy conservation should become a collective movement, not just in Indonesia, but globally. Ladies and gentlemen, Trisakti and I personally dream that our beloved Trisakti University will lead in the use of green energy. We can imagine the campus powered by renewable energy and the academic community committing with low emission transportation. If there is a term bike to work, let Trisakti be known for bike to campus. Let's make Trisakti University a zero emission campus. As a phenomenon of civilization, energy conservation behavior, and the use of clean and green energy have become a shared action among the international community in various aspects of life. Indonesia is the forefront of the civilization wave, and Trisakti University has made a significant contribution. Trisakti University once contributed a social political reform, and now should be contribute to energy transition. Let's take a moment to appreciate the blessing we have and the journey we have undertaken. I want to leave you with a sense of hope. The challenge we face today are opportunities for a brighter tomorrow. Let's face a future with the optimistic and determination. So, for the end, thank you for being the part of the wonderful journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Todo Tua Pasaribu as the representative of IKA Trisakti Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, for the upcoming agenda, this is the speech that will be delivered by the Dean of FTKE Universitas Trisakti. Please welcome to Dr. Insinyur Suryo Prakoso STMT. Time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Trisakti University, Prof. Kadarsa Suryadi, the Honorable Vice Rector, Dean, Vice Dean, Director of Institutional Trisakti University, Head and Vice Head of Department of Trisakti University, the Honorable Distinguished Speakers, Professor Sun Sionobu from Akita University. Welcome, Prof. Prof. Kun Sangli from Hanyang University, South Korea. Professor Asef Kurnia Permati from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Associate Professor Dr. Nga Nguyen from Hanoi University of Mining and Geology, Vietnam. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Purnanuddin from Trisakti University. The Honorable Representative of Trisakti Alumni Association, IKA Trisakti, Bapak Todo Tua Pasaribu. The Honorable Director of Polytechnic of Energy and Mineral Icpmget PEM Icpmget Cepu. The Honorable Representative of Sponsor Badan Afiliasi Teknologi Mineral PATM, PT Kideko Jaya Agung, PT Ilnusa, PT Andamas Global Energy, PT Cipta Kridatama, Bank Negara Indonesia BNI. The Honorable Organizing Committee Chairperson of this event, Dr. Kartika Hartono. The Honorable Distinguished Guests, college student and participant. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the first international conference of petroleum, mining, geology, geoscience, energy, and environmental technology. As the Dean of the Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, it is a distinct honor to host such an assembly of renowned expert, innovative thinker from around the world. This conference is testament to our collective commitment to knowledge, innovation, and sustainability. It provides a unique platform for us to share our research, discuss emerging trends, and explore new technology that will shape the future of our industry. Through collaboration and dialogue, we have the opportunity to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time. As we commence this conference, I encourage each of you to actively participate in the session and take advantage of the networking opportunity. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for their hard work and dedication for this conference, to our sponsor for the support, and all the participants. Together, let us make the most of the opportunity to learn from one another and inspire new ideas. I am confident that the insight and connection we gain from this conference will have impact to this field. Thank you and welcome to the first International Conference Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy and Environmental Technology 2024. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Suryo Prakoso, as the Dean of FTKE Universitas Trisakti. Ladies and gentlemen, for the upcoming agenda, let us hear the speech that will be delivered by the Rector of Universitas Trisakti and follow with opening ceremony. Please welcome to Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsa Suryadi, DEA. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. It is great honor for me to be here with all of you. And I would like to express my warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, Professor Shun Chiyonobu from Akita University, Japan. Ohayo gozaimasu. And Professor Kun Sang Lee from Hanyang University, South Korea. Annyeonghaseyo. And also Associate Professor Dr. Nguyen T. Hoa Nga from Hanoi University, Mining and Geology, Vietnam. Chào Boi Sang. Professor Asep Kurnia Pramadi from Institute Technology Bandung. He is my close friend. I know that he has many international network in ITB, and now he very loves Trisakti more than ITB. And then Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin, our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. Bapak Hendra Sinadia, Executive Director of Indonesia Mining Association. I'm not alone. I would like to introduce my team. We have here our Senior Advisor for Rector, Professor Asri Nugrahanti. Please rise. She is our former Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. And Professor Trieri Astuti, she is our Vice Rector for Corporation Affairs. And of course, Dr. Suryo, our Dean of Faculty of Earth Science and Technology. We have other deans, Dr. Yeni from Medicine Faculty, Dr. Vivi, the Dean of Dentistry Faculty, and also we have our directors, Professor Astri Rinanti, Director of Research Agency and Community Service, and Dr. Doki Saraswati, she is our Director of Quality Assurance. And also we have other university leaders in this room. And I would like also to deliver my warm greetings to our honorable guest, Bapak Toto Chua Pasaribu from Trisakti alumni, Ika Trisakti, and then Bapak Dr. Samsul Ilham, Bapak Samsul Ilham from Badan Afiliasi Teknologi Mineral, also Bapak Pujiadi Ananda Pratama, GM, General Manager for Drilling and Workover PT El Nusa, also I would like to say hello to Bapak Bayu Indra Kusuma, Ibu Gladys, Bapak Maharoja Purnadia, and Bapak Efrijal from BNI, and also Dr. Erdila from Polytechnic Energy Material and Mineral Akamigas, and the Dean of Fakulti Mineral Technology Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, Bapak Dr. Basuki Rahmat, and also our former Vice Rector from UPN, Pak, thank you. And also, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor for me to welcome all of you in the first international conference of petroleum mining, geology, geoscience, energy, and environmental technology, and hosted by Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, Universitas Trisakti. I am a layman in this domain, but as a rector of Trisakti University, it is very honored to see such a distinguished assembly of scholars, industry experts, and innovators gather here to discuss and explore the future of these pivotal fields. The discipline of petroleum, mining, geology, geoscience, and energy are not just academic pursuits. They are the lifeblood of our global economy and critical to the sustainability. They provide the resources and energy that drive our industries, the knowledge that allows us to understand our environment, and the innovations that pave the way for sustainable future. Our university always fully supports research in these fields. We are proud to contribute to the global body of knowledge through research and our commitment to excellence in teaching and our collaboration with industry partners. In the realm of petroleum and mining, we face the dual challenge of meeting growing energy demands while ensuring sustainable practices that protect our environment. It is through the innovative work of professionals like all of you that we can develop sustainable practices and technologies that minimize environmental impact while maximizing efficiency. Geology, with its profound insights into the earth processes and resources, provides us the knowledge to responsibly explore and utilize these resources. Understanding the geological context is crucial not only for resource extraction, but also for addressing environmental challenges and natural hazards. On the other hand, energy is in its many forms is at the heart of our modern world. As we are in transition to a more sustainable energy future, the integration of renewable energy sources, the improvement of energy storage technologies, and enhancement of energy efficiency are imperative. I understand that this conference provides a platform of the exchange of ideas and showcasing of innovations that will lead us toward a cleaner, more sustainable energy landscape. As we embark on this conference, I encourage all of you to engage fully session, discussions, and networking opportunities. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude for all our speakers, our guest lecturer, our honorable guests for spending your precious time coming from the very far away from Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Yogyakarta, and all part of Indonesia. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizing committee from the Faculty of Earth Energy Technology, sponsor for their generous support, and all participants for their valuable contribution to this conference. Your dedication and hard work have made this event possible, and I am confident that the insights and collaborations that emerge from our time together will truly transformative. So, at the end of my speech, I would like to declare that the first international conference of petroleum mining, geology, geoscience, energy, and environmental technology 2024 officially open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor Kadasa Suryadi as Director of Universitas Trisakti for the remarkable speech and conducting the opening ceremony. Thank you very much, Professor. So ladies and gentlemen, of course not forget to be mentioned, we would like to express our highest appreciations to our sponsors that giving their fully support for the successful of this event. Therefore, we would like to give the token of appreciation and invite the sponsors representative for coming towards to the stage. Firstly, please welcome to the representative of Badan Afiliasi Teknologi Mineral or BATM. Please welcome to the representative of BATM. Okay, thank you very much. And next we'd like to invite the representative of PT Kideko Jaya Agung. And next we'd like to invite the representative of PT El Nusa. And up next we'd like to invite the representative of PT Andamas Global Energy. Next we'd like to invite the representative of PT Cipta Krida Tama. And the following one, we'd like to invite the representative of Bank BNI. So please welcome. And next, we'd like to invite the representative of IKA Trisakti. And last but not least, we'd like to invite our donors as well. Bapak Silmi Karim, or the representative of himself, please welcome. Oh, Bapak Silmi Karim already joined from Zoom meeting. Thank you very much. All right, and this token of appreciation will be given by the Rector of Universitas Trisakti, accompanied by the Dean of FTKE Universitas Trisakti. Please come again to Professor Kadasa Suryadi, accompanied by Dr. Suryo Prakoso. And here are our sponsors that fully supported this event very well. And this is a token of appreciation as the form of thankfulness and support in the highest appreciation. And one more token of appreciation. and continue with photo sessions. Okay, once again, please give applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for distinguished guests and also sponsors. You may heading back to your seat as well. Thank you very much, Bapak Rektor and also the Dean of FTKE. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so before we jump into the next session, we would like to invite you for having the photo session together conducively. Therefore, would you please to stand up from your seat? Please all rise, and our photographer will take the photo at the stage as well. So please all rise. To all participants, we're going to have the photo session for the first round. So please to Humas FTKE or Humas team. Okay, our teams are ready to capture this moment perfectly. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that's the end of the opening ceremony, but we still have another agenda, and please don't miss it. And now we will prepare for our first plenary session. And also we'd like to say thank you very much, Bapak Rektor, Profesor Kadarsa Suryadi, for your time attending this Icpmget 2024. Your support really meant so much to us. Thank you very much. We really appreciate, and to all vice rectors and all VIP guests that already attending. Once again, thank you very much to the Rector of Universitas Trisakti and all vice rectors and all the boards of university and also faculty for giving your time attending this conference. And we will continue to the next agenda. All right, so we are entering the first part of plenary session. And this plenary session will be conducted by our moderator, Dr. Randy, as Lecturer of Geological Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti. But before that, please let us read the brief curriculum vitae. This is the curriculum vitae of Dr. Randy as the moderator. For education background, he graduated as Bachelor of Engineering in Applied Geology from Universitas Trisakti. Then he graduated as Master of Engineering in Geotechnology from Akita University. Then graduated as Doctor of Science in Geoscience from Akita University, and graduated as Professional Engineer in Applied Geology from Institut Teknologi Bandung. And currently, Dr. Randy, working as the Lecturer of Geological Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti, and his position is as the Secretary Department of Master's Program, Geological Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti. His expertise in earth science with specialty in nanopaleontology, stratigraphy, and historical geology for 10 years experience of study in various areas, including Indonesia, Japan, Western Pacific, Northern Atlantic, and Indian Ocean. So without further ado, please welcome to Dr. Randy. Time is yours.
privilege for me to be here today as your moderator for this event. So, our theme today is the empowering of earth resource for sustainable energy. This theme focuses on how we can use earth's resources to create sustainable energy solutions. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, the demand for sustainable energy solution has never been more critical. The challenge lies not only in the meeting the growing global energy needs, but also in doing so in a way that preserves our planet for the future generations. This balance requires a deep understanding of earth resource and innovative approach to harnessing them responsibly. So to address this issue this morning, we have three keynote speakers who will share their knowledge and insight in this important subject. I will invite to have the seat here in the stage our first speaker, Professor Sun Chionobu from Akita University, Japan. Please join with me to the stage, Prof. And the second speaker, Associate Professor Muhammad Burhaduninur from Trisakti University. Please, Pak Burhan, have a seat to the stage. And our third speaker, Associate Professor Nguyenti Hoinga from Hanoi University of Mining and Geology, Vietnam. Please welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us today, this morning, for this meeting. So, as your moderator, I'm here to help our discussion, and I encourage all audience to participate actively and ask questions and share your thought after this keynote presentation. Okay, to start the session, it's my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Prof. Shun Chionobu from Akita University. Morning, Professor. How are you, Prof? Okay, this is a CV from Professor Chionobu. Professor Chionobu currently is a head of the Earth Resources Science Department at the Faculty of International Resource Sciences, Akita University, Japan. He earned a master degree in geoscience at Akita University, Japan, and doctoral degree in geoscience at Tohoku University, also in Japan. Prof. Chionobu is a distinguished expert in petroleum geology with research focus on stratigraphy and organic geochemistry, and has over 20 years of experience in geological research and education. He has published numerous papers on hydrocarbon potential and has led several projects in geological analysis. Besides, he has involved in various international research projects affiliated with IODP, such as in Northern Atlantic, Nankai-Trough, and the Aegean Sea in Greece, and was a visiting professor in Calgary University, Canada from 2020 to 2021. He is also active in several international associations, including American Association of Petroleum Geology and American Geophysical Union. So today, Professor Chionobu will share his insight on petroleum system modeling of a typical and atypical maturation in Akita Basin, Northeast Japan, and its implication of petroleum system analysis of the island arc. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Sun Chionobu to the stage.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, selamat pagi. So I'm Shun Chionobu from Akita University. So I am you hear me? All right? Yep. Good morning again. So I am Shun Chiyonobu from Akita University. So I am a petroleum geologist and the professor of petroleum geology laboratory of Akita University. I have experience of research and engineering in industry of the petroleum geology company and university. So today, thank you for invitation and opportunity to make this presentation and this chance. So I'm wondering to present my researches today. Right? Thank you. Okay, so this is today's my presentation. Today I have a co-author. So I am a Shunchi Ono, first author, and second, Bari Majido Harutono. So he is a doctor course student of our university from Indonesia, ITB. So today's presentation is one part of his doctor researches. So this is just Japanese researches, but he want to correlate petroleum systems between Japan and Indonesia. So Japanese island and Indonesian island similar situation of geologically. So Japan island situated continental margin and island arc of East Asia. On the other hand, Indonesian islands also subduction margin of the Southeast Asians. So this island is a very similar situation of geologically settings. So therefore, I introduced the petroleum system of northeast Japan, so back arc petroleum systems today. So and the future, Bari Harutono will be researching and correlate Japan island and Indonesian island arc. So next, please. This is a presentation outline. Today's presentation outline. So I'm an introduction. And finally, a barrier and intrusion systems of for the petroleum systems. So mainly Barry-san and me, found out two petroleum systems. One is normal systems. Another one is atypical.
Udah. Cuman kan nanya lagi siapa tahu dari
Come on. So one is a normal petroleum systems. Another one is a typical systems. So atypical petroleum systems can be adapt the Indonesian oil field. So maybe we can find a new oil field based on these researches. Sorry. All right. So this is petroleum systems. So one is a typical normal petroleum systems, and another one. So atypical atypical petroleum systems. So this is a new one of the petroleum systems. So typical petroleum system as a source rock maturation is controlled by time and temperature petroleum system couldn't find out evidence in the outcrop or subsurface. But we can find this type, a typical petroleum system in Akita. So today I introduce these petroleum systems. So this atypical petroleum systems classified hydrocarbon generation process formed other than barrier maturation, such as igneous intrusions. So Japan Island have the big volcano and igneous intrusions in the surface or subsurface. So this is this situation is also Indonesian islands. So these atypical petroleum systems is very important for future explorations. So understanding these two systems is important as one critical factor of successful hydrocarbon exploration is the timing of hydrocarbon generations. So petroleum system modeling is one of powerful tool for understanding such processes. So this is an exploration of two-type petroleum system by my student, Mr. Barry. So he make the analogy by the karaage. Karaage is a very famous food of Japan. So fried chicken. So typical petroleum systems, chicken fried slowly with small fires. So then chicken was all cooked. So well done. So this analog show the typical petroleum systems. Typical petroleum systems, so chicken fried quickly with large fires. So chicken was not all cooked. So inside of chicken is medium rare to rare. So these two types make the oils. So generate the oils in subsurface. So, and typical petroleum system generated oil. So, like this. So, we clarified different thermal regime by the petroleum system modeling, so simulations. And we can find two types oils. So, these different hydrocarbon characteristics. So we can clarify that these different types by oil biomarker studies, so organic geochemistry studies. So today I show that these result of researches. So, how hydrocarbon was generated in Akita? So this is a Japan island. Japan situated eastern edge of the Eurasian plate and subduction of ocean plate like here. So this is the island arc and volcanic arcs, and these areas. So Sea of Japan is a back arc basins of island arcs. So here is Tokyo and Akita located here, northeastern part of Japan. This is Akita Prefecture, Akita City is here. So Akita Basin located here surrounding the red dash line. This basin is very narrow and long from north part to south part. So, and this is show the two section including the four wells. So one section is here, western part, and another one, second one situated eastern part here, and oil well show the there. So typically lack of a burden, shallower barrier in the base margin here, and this leads to source rock immature. So oil field situated the margin of Akita oil field here, but this area source rock is immature. So it's a very important. So to post the why oil field situated here. So two possibility proposed. We propose two possibilities. So hydrocarbon was generated due to thick barrier in basin deep in the southwest here. So this is a typical petroleum systems. So another possibility, hydrocarbon was expelled from shallower source rock here. Immature, totally immature. But igneous rock activity show the basin wedge, basin margins. So these igneous rock activity leads atypical petroleum systems. So this is a stratigraphic scheme with a tectonic stage of the Akita area. Akita basin filled by the Neogene sediments. And around the 10 MA, the Onagawa Formation deposit in this basin. So this Onagawa Formation consists by the siliciclastic shales. And this formation, these siliciclastic shales are source rock of these areas. And overburden is reservoir and shale. So in this area have the in this area, so Akita Basin was formed 4 tectonic stages. So first is a rifting stage, back-arc rifting with the subduction of ocean plate. So these rifting stages started early Miocene and middle Miocene as transitional stages. So transitional means extensional change from extensional to compressionals in Japanese island. So transitional stages divided to sub-stages. So one is a thermal subsidence and another one is incipient compression. And finally, Akita area and Japanese island compression and inversion to the present. So volcanisms, so this show the volcanisms. Volcanisms occur throughout the basin formation in which extrusive and intrusive rocks concentrate these timing. So deposition of the source rocks. In this timing change to the extension to compression timings. So this timing shows a lot of volcanic activity and pyroclastic rock became part of the basin fields. And each tectonic event, these events are very important for the reconstructing the thermal histories. So these rifting ages increase the heat flow and inversion timing is decrease the heat flow in geologically. So and this is a modeling workflow. So today I explained briefly. So we use the sample, well samples, mainly well samples, so cuttings and cores. Stratigraphic framework including lithology and age deposition and petrographic analysis. And age data. So age data is very important for reconstructing the basin history. So these data adapted Sato et al. Sato sensei. So and we can use the subsurface and surface geological data, gravity, seismic, and outcrop data. And we can use the crude oil for the analysis of biomarkers. And based on these data, we build up the 2D basin modeling for clarify the oil generations. And this is details of the detailed data of the basin modeling. So we use a basin modeling application from the Schlumberger Petromod. So this is an example of cutting analysis of one wells. So this is an example from the Shin Yabase wells in Akita oil field. So Onnagawa formation. So here, so this is a source rock formation in Akita oil field. Onnagawa formation cuttings can see by under the megascope observation. So brown siliceous mudstone, so like shale. So dominantly mudstone well sorted and grain supported and composed by quartz and weakly and strongly lamination. So this is a character of the shales. And the pelagic and to hemipelagic mudstone. So you can see the microscopic observation result here. So this lamination is a very widely distributed in the Onnagawa formation, source rock. And the pre-Onnagawa formation. So here, the pre-Onnagawa formation dominant by the volcanics, especially the basalt. Basalt have the relationship as opening the back-arc basins. So soleite basalt erupted and intruded during the opening of back-arc basins. So, and this is a thin slide of igneous rock in the Akita wells. So basalt igneous rock were found within the Onnagawa formation. So Onnagawa formation deposit within the extensional and summer subsidence period in the Akita back-arc basins. So in Yabase area, huge crystal of dorelite might be related to the slow cooling of magma, probably related to the shallow emplacement of intrusion. On the other hand, Shin-Kurokawa area, igneous body is in the Kurokawa area tend to have smaller crystals than Yabase areas. So these smaller crystals with flow texture, which might be related to the basaltic intrusion or lava. So based on this observation of cuttings and tintation, so we can summarize a stratigraphic framework. So Yabase area and another area. These stratigraphic columns were mainly interpreted based on the cuttings descriptions and petrographic analysis. The least stratigraphic boundary, so like this, was determined based on the lithological character, in which Funakawa formation. So Funakawa formation here. So this Funakawa formation is seal formation. So this Funakawa formation is characterized by a light gray massive argillaceous mudstone. And the Onnagawa formation. Onnagawa formation is characterized by dark gray to black siliceous shale mudstone. So, and this period, Onagawa period, a lot of igneous intrusion is present within the formation. So, especially the Kurokawa area and Yabase area. We can see, yeah, we can find the intrusion rock of this area without Toyokawa. So, pre-Onagawa interval is characterized by pyroclastic and alternation of volcanic rocks. So, it could be observed that the stratigraphic interval is taken laterally toward Yabase area. So, for example, Onagawa formation is changed to the thickness laterally toward Yabase area. So, and this is a summary of the geochemical framework by the cutting samples. So, based on the rock level. The siliceous shale of the Onagawa formation. So, mainly source rock consists of the Onagawa formation. So, this Onagawa formation is mainly source rock in the Akita basin. And the Onagawa formation displays fair to good quality and quantity of organic matter. The Onagawa formation exhibits a moderate to high hydrocarbon index. So here, hydrocarbon index possibly consists of the type 2 kerogen and mix the type 2 and type 3 kerogen. Based on these results for modeling maximum value for each parameter, so TOC and hydrogen index were utilized. So Onagawa formation TOC is average 1.2, but the maximum is 3 over the 3%. So we can use a simulation of this value and the hydrogen index. And kinetics of the organic matter. So it's very important for the simulation of the hydrocarbon generations. So the occurrence of type 2 organic matter in the source rock also affected the timing the hydrocarbon generations. So NAP 2023. So he is a Canadian and corporation researcher with Akita University. So he found out that some part of the Onagawa formation are composed of type 2S kerogen. Not only type 2, also type 2S kerogen. So these type 2S kerogen show the low value of HI. So based on our data and his data, so there is a negative correlation between TOC and SC related kerogen. So moreover, Onagawa formation consists considerable amount of sulfur. So hence, in our model, two types kinetics were run. So we use a two-type kinetics. So one is a type 2S and another one is type 2. So we should be use kinetics two types based on the kerogen type. And we build a subsurface geometrics. So this is a section of the subsurface like this. So we build two sections of the subsurface. So one is here, western part. Another one is here, eastern part. So eastern part near the basin margin. Western part near the basin deep direction. So as a seismic data were limited, of course we can see and we can check a lot of seismic data in this region, but this seismic data have the mainly company, so we cannot use permission. We cannot seismic data from the company. So in Japan situations, so then we use some of 2D seismic and gravity data for modeling and for building the subsurface geological sections. So of course we also use our well correlate and surface geological data and mathematical relation between overburden thickness and several wells and regional Boja anomaly. So like this. So interpolate subsurface geometry for area lacking well data. Then we input the fascist property like this. So some of formation consist of resurfaces like this. And intrusion rock data also inputted. And for base modeling, we should be calibration data inputted. Calibration data show the paleobathymetry, sediment water interface, temperature, and heat flow. So heat flow is very important, the oil generations. So paleo heat flow, but we don't understand the critical paleo heat flow. So paleo heat flow was based on the tectonic event with heat flow. So early Miocene, Akita area have the lifting techniques. So these lifting techniques including the heat flow. And after lifting period, so Akita area is summer subsidence. So summer subsidence lead to the decrease heat flow in this area. And after summer subsidence period, heat flow is low and low. So and this is a summer calibration by the bitrinite reflectance each well. So Yabase well and Kurokawa well show the intrusion rock. So here, intrusion rock here and here. So these intrusion rock lead to the peak. So jump up the bitrinite reflectance, so heat flow each wells. And transformation ratio also intrusion rock layer show the high value of transformation ratios. This is a settings of the data. So these data input to the simulator Petromod. So then we can make the barrier histories. So this is a summer and barrier evolution, the western part, so deep basin ward sections. So this is a wedge of the basin. So this word is a basin deep. So sorry, one more. Sorry. So basin wedge word and basin deep word are here. Filled by the thick sediment, but which area include the volcanics? So we can represent these evolutions. So like this. So this is a western part of the barrier history. This is the barrier history of the western part. So deep basin area here. And the eastern part, so margin of the basin, margin of the basin side, like this. So fault and oil field situated here. So started 13 MA, 10 MA and 6 MA intrusion rock situated here, and basin deep side developed and filled by the thick sediments. So based on these barrier history, so we can calculate the oil generations. So this is the oil generations western part side. So thick sediments deposit around here, and small intrusion rock here, and this deep well area. So one more. So please focus the deep basin area. Sorry. Okay, let's go. So very small, but this is a million nms. So after 6 million nms, deep area. Oh, sorry. Deep area generated a lot of oils. So please show focus here. So barrier depths over the 2000. So a lot of oil generated the basin deep side.
I'm so
So
sorry,
this section.
Prof. Chionobu, 2 more minutes.
All right. So this section shows the eastern part of the Akita area. So please focus on the intrusion rocks. So oil generated these areas early times. And after that, deep basin area show the generated oil. So timing of hydrocarbon generation barrier versus intrusion is basin margin early than basin deep. So basin deep oil generation and Pleistocene, but basin margin is Miocene generations. And we calculate migration systems. So skip migration systems. So migration calibration is the western part oil migration from the basin deep to the oil field. And the eastern part oil generated like here. So these oil come from the intrusion rocks. And we can analyze crude oil from two sections. One is the western part, another one is the eastern part. So please show and please focus the SR, so Stellan SR ratio. So intrusion rock area show the mainly R. So on the other hand area show the S. So this result show the igneous intrusion tend to increase the abundance of polycyclic terrapan. And rapid heating might result on igneous rock and incomplete isomerizations. Oh, sorry. Isomerization. And the notable difference of the observed in the monoaromatic and polyaromatic steroid. So these data showed also rapid heating in these areas. So this is a summary. So summarize both typical and typical and atypical in Akita area. Typical petroleum systems built up a basin deep. So hydrocarbon was generated from basin deep, western part, and migration to Caribbean. And these hydrocarbon generated Pleistocene, very young. On the other hand, atypical intrusion rock petroleum system, hydrocarbon generated due to igneous rock intrusion on the late Miocene, so older than this. So high pressure from the igneous event trapped the hydrocarbon below the igneous rocks. And Akita Kurokawa oil field and Yabase oil field, so eastern part oil field provide a good example for this atypicals. So this is an acknowledgement for our studies. So Impex Corporation of Japan and Tohoku Oil Corporation supported for our research. So thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Bari have a future work. So this is a Japanese island pattern. So he will research the Indonesian, so Java Island backpack basin. So and he want to correlate the between the Japan and Indonesian. So this is his doctor studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Chionobu. Please give a warm applause for Prof. Chionobu for the very interesting subject related to the petroleum geology. Okay, you can return, Professor, to the seat. Okay, very interesting what we can learn from the petroleum system in Japan, and it's also remind me, sensei. Yeah, we all actually call our lecturer or professor in Japan sensei, and Professor Chionobu is my former academic advisor for my doctoral degree actually. So it's interesting and remind me when I was in Japan, in Akita especially, because I was surprised actually that the Japan has some oil field in Akita. That's why the Akita is a center for the resource education in Japan. Thank you again. Thank you very much once more from me for Chionobu Sensei for the interesting presentation. So our next speaker is of course, the member of Trisakti University's faculty, Associate Professor Muhammad Burhanuddinur from Trisakti University. Thank you very much, Pak Burhan, for coming join this meeting today. So I want to mention the CV for Pak Burhan. Currently, Dr. Burhanuddinur is the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs in Trisakti University. He got his master degree in geoscience from University Brunei Darussalam and doctoral degree in geological engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Dr. Burhanuddinur is a renowned expert in petroleum geology and has been integral part of Trisakti University for over 20 years. Pak Burhan? 32 years. Previously served as a Dean of Faculty of the Earth, Technology and Energy, FTKI, Trisakti University. He also previously served as the Chairman of the Association of Indonesian Geologists and a Chairman of the Indonesian Association of Geological Programs. I know Pak Burhan is very busy for make a gather geological program in Indonesia. Besides also being active member of the American Association of the Petroleum Geologists, or AAPG. His research focuses on the petroleum subsurface, modeling Anabat volcano, and now has a strong advocacy for educational opportunities to drive the energy transition in Indonesia. And today, his presentation titled Transition Energy, Leveraging the Opportunities of the Indonesian Oil and Gas Industry and Education. Let's give a warm welcome for Pak Burhan to have a stage. Please, Pak Burhan.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and welcome to our university for all distinguished speakers and researcher also attendee. I would like present my paper. This about the idea. The background of this presentation was the concern of our students, concern our lecturers, asking about how do we do in the energy transition. Okay. The concern of our students, they always ask me, if the transition energy happen, is that any job for us? Is that any future for us? Is that any what chance to take career in energy, in oil and gas, also in another energy side? That's simple question, but difficult to answer because we have to fulfill our energy demand, but we have to face our future about the green energy. Simple say that we can say about the fuel energy, the fossil energy, the oil and gas energy is the reality. We need it. And our green energy is our future, this our ideals, maybe next 30 or 40 years. In government plan in a lot of country, they still put fossil energy in 2060. Even though the percentage of the fossil energy decrease, but the consumption, the energy consumption is very high. So that's the background. Transition energy doesn't directly kill the fossil energy because to develop our green energy need fossil energy, at least for 30, 40 years. But we have to prepare our future with our global change, about our what you call, and also the global warming. So the transition energy, leveraging of the opportunities of the Indonesian oil and gas industry and education. The background already I mentioned, and I continue with this energy transition. So this is the background that we have to go in energy transition toward renewable energy and effort to ensure the availability of energy that pays attention to environmental protection, sustainability at an affordable price in the long term. So we have a famous paradigm that we call energy trilemma. We have energy equity, we have energy security, and environmental sustainability. So that's why we have to be careful and don't hurry to take all the decision, because transition energy is a long way to run until they succeed. If we learn about the history, about the coal history, coal is, I think they use in revolution industry two, and at least 100 or 200 years ago, but still no they use, but different technology is more clean and also what you call cheap. So energy transition with national energy security is one of parameters. So we have to consider all in point of view. So we call, if you want to transition energy, you have to total withdrawal, but you have to carry all the fossil energy. This the global energy prediction as our background. In the top of layer is renewables, and the second layer is petroleum and other liquids, and the third layer is natural gas, and the fourth layer is coal, and then nuclear. In the horizon is 2010 until 2050. As in this graph, is from U.S. Energy Information Administration. Okay, energy look at 2021. 2021 is already transition energy in idea already going up. So the U.S. prediction that all the energy need is increased and renewable is increased, the production, the supply is increased. But as you know, the need of energy is maybe twice from this year, or and half, see, half incremental. So they still need energy, a lot of energy. So we need renewable, we need also petroleum. But we should think that the energy should be clean. The technology, or you have to go more clean in the processing. That's the first thing. So don't worry about the transition energy. We have to go to transition energy, but it's not directly kill the fossil energy. That's we have to. And this one is national energy need. The first slide is global energy need. This one is Indonesian energy need. This I think this one the old version and the new version is coming in Portugal in assembly in 10. They talking about that. But let me try to explain. This one we start in 2020, and this one is from 2025. This one is 2050. This one energy mix. The target is 23%, and then 31%. Okay, and the target they decreasing for the crude oil, coal. This coal is the black one. See, from 30, 35, 30 until 20. And the crude oil, they plan to decrease from 35, 25, and 20. And the natural gas, they increase until 24. But the key is the energy need. The first step is 106. Let's say we times with the oil and the coal. So it means this one is 35% time 160. Let's say 35 MTUA. In the 2030, we need 1,000. So at least 9 times incremental for the need. So the 1,000 times 20 for the crude oil, it means 200. So our country still need 200. 20% time 1,000. That's why don't be hurry to be pessimistic in our career, in our professional life, because fossil energy still need to secure our energy. And this one, the scenario of zero emission. This one is a net zero emission target 2060 or faster. If this one, if we have a business as usual, this our position. But if you goes to the decrement about decreasing our carbon, so we have to go to net zero emission. This in 2060. This our plan. See, this CO2 million. There is still 120 million tons of CO2 emission in this year, but from almost 2,000. And another scenario for the net zero emission in our country, they plan to increase our solar. This net zero emission for the green energy from 2020 from 32 until 421. But they plan to decrease out the coal, decrease something like that. This one for our national zero emission vision for the next 20 or 30 years. But this one is contradictory with our need in national in the second before slide before I present this one. So we need still 200, but in here they claim they reduce until 50. So we have to think about it. Is that who make this this plan and how make what you call predict the energy demand? Okay. Our ideal, our mission is how to increase the renewable and then to try to replace or try to comply with the fossil energy. Let me try to explain this. This graph is the realization of renewable energy mix in Indonesia. The first graph is the plan, the target. And the green graph is the realization until 2030. 2023, last year. This one is start from and it is the target. This one, okay. This one. 13% for the NRA for 2023 last year. The crude oil still 30%. The natural gas still 70%. The coal 40%. This the realization of energy mix in Indonesia last year. So the target for last year is 17.9%, but the realization still 13%. So we have at least 4% gap. Now, so what is the plan for the future? If we have positive program, positive response, so we try in 23% in 2025. But if we make like a normal line from 2021 until 2023, this the green dash line. They will not achieve the realization for the next 2 years. If we very optimistic, so we have a very steep gradient for the development of new renewable. So we have to we have to make aggressive program for the new renewable. But we know that the new renewable in our side is geothermal. Geothermal is very good for the potential for the production, but they can't develop very fast. Why? Because single buyer. So we can predict this one. So how to achieve it? That's the key. How the renewable will be on target in the next 2 years, or the next 10 years, or the next 20 years. So our students, please be calm. You are needed for the fossil fuel. But you have to think about the transition also. That's the key. So don't worry, petroleum geologists still have job. Yeah. This one, the current Indonesian primary energy supply for 2019 until 2020. This one, the old one, I think I will already explain the new one. This one, we have a lot of scenario. Business as usual, so the coal will be more than 60%. The oil and gas, this one, the oil and gas is that one and that one. The NRA is the green one, see, this one. In the sustainable development, we already consider about the sustainable development. So the coal and the fossil energy still around 50 or maximum is 50. In the aggressive scenario with low carbon, still exists coal and gas. See, so the current Indonesia primary energy for the three scenario still put the coal and the oil and gas in the dominant driven for our energy supply. This is more clear for 2020. Still, crude oil, 40%, natural gas and product, 70%, 17%, and the crude oil and product, 30%. And this one, our 6 years start from 2018 until 2023. The supply of fossil energy experienced a slightly decline from the previous years, this one, while natural gas and renewable energy, natural gas and the renewable energy experienced an increase 3% and 14% from the previous year. But we still need all that coal and oil product. Also, energy mix, there's petroleum at 30%, natural gas at 70%, and NRE at 13%. This one, the data, sorry, actually this already in graph, but I will show you that this real data from the mineral SDM there, from the mineral source in our government. This real data released in this year for the data from 2023. Actually, this one is we have a box in here. So if we compare, this one is coal, crude, natural, hydro, geothermal, solar, wind, others renewable, solar, traditional, and then this one biofuel. This one is biogas also. From 10 years ago, this coal, crude oil, and natural gas is always give the highest percentage of our demand and our supply. See, this one is 3 digit, 2 digit, and the solar, this one, only single digit. We can see this data as opportunity to develop our renewable, but also we have to believe that our traditional energy, let's say, is not some people said dirty energy, but I said traditional energy. Because we still need it. Okay. This one is the number of Indonesian energy supply for by source. This very clear that proven that coal, fossil energy still need at least 5, 10, or 20 the while we push the green energy. This is the graph to make it easier for you rather than the table. This one, all the energy consumption, we increase this one for 22 until 2023. For the industrial need, they increase significantly. The transportation still stagnant. They need around 30%. But for the industry, they increase until 46%. It means our economic is growth because the energy is used in industrial side. This one, the data also, the interest, this table, what's this different? This one is include biomass, traditional biomass. This one exclude biomass. Last time, some researchers said that biomass is promising for the renewable. But with this data, the biomass, this one is not significant to contribute to our energy. This only for household and commercial, none for industrial, none for commercial. None for transportation. So it means, okay, biomass is good for the small size to fulfill the need in small area or in small business. The next data, in this final energy by type, also coal and natural gas and also oil fuel is dominant also. By sector, the increasing of consumption by sector is dominated by industry, 45, and also transportation, 36. Okay. This one make our data clear enough that the shared final energy consumption by type also prove that coal, natural gas, and oil fuel still hold the champion. 1, 2, 3. Okay. For the industrial sector, that's the key. Energy consumption for industrial sector, it means 46 for our need, for our demand. This dominated by also by 66 by coal. So our energy in industry, almost 60% supplied by coal for today. And the second, gas, is 25%. Then electricity, 12.7. And remember that 70% our electricity is from the steam. From the steam means you need coal, you need gas to generate the electricity. That's why I always told to my student that don't too much worry about transition energy, because transition energy is our ideal one, our cita-cita. But fossil energy is our reality. Itu real. Without fossil energy, you will not live. But as we know that our earth, our energy, our natural resource is not belong to us, but belong to our next generation. So we have to make a balance. Thank you, Pak Edi. Okay, this one, the crude oil. As we know that crude production, that's our problem also. Our crude production has always decreases from million to 60 600,000. Is that correct, Buyara? 600. Okay. And then this our negative gap between our production, this is the blue one, and our import, the dark one, and the red one is the import. And this one is domestic need. So we have gap between our production and our import. So a lot of our budget to pay the subsidies for our people. So government pay that. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, that beside we still need fuel energy, fossil energy, but we have a big problem that our production is decreased. So who will export the next oil and gas? Geologists, geoscience, petroleum engineer for drilling, and also for the coal is for mining. Okay. From economic, they can export. From dentist, yeah, they can export, but you tip, not the earth. Okay. Is that correct, Prof. Shinobu? Yeah. Okay. Okay. The natural gas, we have good situation. At least, compared with the oil. This one the production, and this one the import. See? So we have a lot of import for that. Okay lah. But as you know that the production or the production to reserve ratio also already decreases. So we have to be careful for that. That's what I thought about the transition energy, that the oil and gas industry has a unique opportunity to develop clean energy atau green energy or green energy by reducing carbon emission and paving the way for significant growth and innovation in meeting future energy need. So don't talk about green energy by kill the fossil energy. You will disappear. We should think about technology, the clean technology, the green energy to process our coal, our fossil energy. For what? For our future, for our generation, and parallelly with how to develop the new and renewable energy. The second, large-scale oil and gas exploration is crucial to meet the primary energy need and ensuring the industry stability. Our industry, let's say, for the main industry, they already developed the machine based on the coal, based on the fossil energy for 30, 40 years. They still need that energy. So we have to supply it. Okay. And the oil is not only for transportation. The oil is not only to burn with your car, to burn with your lamp, to burn with your electricity, something like that. But oil and gas need as for industry, like you clothes, your farm. They need all that type of oil and gas. In 2060, oil and gas energy will still be needed. In our first graph, mentioned that our plan, our national plan, they still put coal and fossil energy around 20% and 30%. But energy need increase at least 9 times. It means our country, our economic still need that fossil energy and coal. But of course, we have to develop transition energy. Why? This one more sustain in maybe 50, 60 years in the future. Then, but in decreasing percentage, in line with the ability of increasingly advanced and cheaper renewable energy. Renewable energy, for now, is still more expensive. But by time, by new technology, they're more cheaper. So as cheaper as coal, so they will survive together. That's so my student in geology, mining, and petroleum do not worry too much about your future in fossil energy and coal. Okay? Still needed until 60 or 50 years ago, next future. So we can invite Prof. Nga and Prof. Sionobu because they are also petroleum geologists and mining geologists. Okay, for maybe next year. So how opportunities for oil and gas industry? This one, our patient, always this famous picture, this 2022, our reserve is 3.2 PPO, and our gas is to 52.5 TCF with 128 patient. This one is 2022. How about now? This one. Already, because Icpmget and Icpmget, they announced that a lot of exploration, success story. So in 2023, they already increased in the reserve. Before that is 3.2. This one is 4.7. This one, 4.7. And the natural gas, last time is 52 TCF, now it's become 54.78 TCF, 0.7 TCF. So we have incremental because the exploration is success. This one. Last time in the 22 is 52, now is 54. I think we can discuss later on about stranded discovery, but I will show you about the success story. This one is Indonesian exploration discovery in 2020 until 2023. The data, this one is increase our reserve. This one on the field. This one 2020, 21, 22, and 23. This one the discover. For the next year, either goes up, stagnant, or decreases. This one the field we discover. This one the well. So it means if we go to this side, large scale exploration, we prove it, the government prove it, that you will have incremental for the reserve. Okay. This one also interesting. After government, sorry, some text in Bahasa Indonesia. Government, they know about the target. We talk about 2030 that we have vision 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 MMSC FD or 12 BCF. One. We know this one is our target is 2030. This one was 30. Let me show you that government also make up the vision because the story of the exploration. See, this one the success story, this one. So this one the original, the dash line, the black dash line the top, this one original long-term plan, vision 2020. Our target is 2030, which one is this one, in here. Sorry, this one, 30, yeah, this one. And this one oil, this one is gas, this one 30. But they move to another, 3 years. See, so the target will be 2022. The target. So they move to more longer. Why? Because government realized that exploration and all the method to improve, increase our production is have some obstacles. Okay. Also, government plan the exploration with 4 quadrant: new tech, new data, old tech, new data. Then there's 3 quadrant. So some seismic processing, some seismic survey, some we go to deeper, and we have a new place, something like that. Actually, in this circle, a lot of program, but the program, the location is confidential. Only I put all the circle. This for interesting for the interesting June for the massive exploration. Again, to our student, to our lecture, you are still needed to develop that all oil and gas field. Beside that, as our mentioned discussion and many times, that transition energy in our side, transition energy in our side is about one of research, the what you call the booming research is about carbon capture. You can research in a lot of area, subsurface, engineering, and also in lab scale. Some institutions already have grant, some institutions start to learn about CCUS and CCS. So, in geological side, we have potential of carbon storage around Indonesia. This one, a lot of basin, and 3 of basin. This one we have good for potential for carbon storage. But another basin still going to study for that. And also,
Pak Burhan, please, we have 2 more minutes.
Whoa. Yeah. Okay. This one, CCS, CCUS project in Indonesia within working area. This data is from Icpmget. A lot of study there. Next, please. Okay. So what next? This from I took from Icpmget, that always resource potential and project timelines should be massive, and then project acceleration, all the bureaucracy will be cut off to make faster, and also transition to low carbon energy. This always, even we business in fuel and fossil energy, we have to go and transition to low carbon energy, and also leading role in GHG reduction. And this one, energy security and government. This one is more important according to Icpmget, and also we have to go in oil and gas law in the top priority. That's Icpmget and government plan. So how about opportunity for oil and gas education? This one. Oil and gas education in energy transition. First, the oil and gas industry and renewable energy needed adequate and qualified human resources. Fossil energy, transition energy, clean energy need your expert. You have to be expert. You have to be qualified in transdiscipline and multidiscipline. This professional must be adaptive. The key is adaptive, not rigid. Because someday you have to have two skills, either this fossil and also the clean energy. Deeply understand oil and gas energy, and also deeply understand renewable energy to drive the industrial progress. So you have to have two pistol or two skill. Adaptive and flexible curriculum is needed for future energy research and industry. Today, the curriculum from study program is very rigid to the board of knowledge. I will show you. Before I show you the rigidities of a curriculum, this one our distribution. Petroleum department, this 23 department. Include master, include vocation, include diploma. Thank you Pak Samsul, provide the data. Geological department, we have vocation 5, 41 undergraduate, 7 master, program doctor 5, 68 department. Thank you Pak Apri yang provide this information. The mining department, 24 vocation, undergraduate 50, master program 4, doctor programs 1 and 79. Total is 160 department, include mining, geology, and petroleum. At least 30 until 120 students every year. So a lot of our students. So we have to give the brief our future. Not just, okay, transition energy, you have to change transition energy. No. Fossil energy is still needed. So you have to be careful for that. This one, the distribution. This Java Island. So we are in here, Prof. Shinobu and Prof. Nga and Prof. Kencangli. See, the petroleum department, the concentrate is in Java. Central Java and West Java and Jakarta. Kalimantan 1, Riau 1, and then Papua. We have, I think, 2 in Papua. And also Maluku we have 1. For the geological department, also in Java, but in Sumatra, at least every district we have 1, every province. Sulawesi we have every province, and Papua we have 1. Prof. Shinobi and Prof. Nga, if we use flight from Aceh in this side to Papua is 8 hours by plane. So long distance for that. This one for mining department. Also, we have quite good distribution as a geologist in Sulawesi, Borneo, Sumatra, Java, but none in Gorontalo and here in Nusa Tenggara Timur. Okay, that's what I show you. Sorry, Pak. May I have 2 minutes or 3 minutes? I will pay you. No, just kidding. Okay. This undergraduate curriculum. Undergraduate curriculum is number credit for new and renewable energy course. It's only 4 until 6 credit. So how we deal with energy transition? We have to wake up and pay attention. 4 until 6 credit, it mostly related to geothermal and hydro. None for another transition energy source. Okay. Curriculum composition, basic knowledge, natural science, 20 until 30. National local, 10 until 15. Sometimes some department they have 20 for national and local course. Body of knowledge, 80 until 95. Elective course, 10 until 20. And final assignment, internship, capstone design course is 6 until 10 credit. The course from body of knowledge are usually very rigid and difficult to change. About the course atau about the lectures, I don't know. Why? The reason is part of department's characteristic related to graduate profile and learning outcomes. So you have to change the learning outcome and the profile. Then we decrease our body of knowledge to make more adaptive and flexible. Minor curriculum revision usually take 2 years, or while major is 5 years. Too late. And benchmarking to overseas university, they every semester they change the curriculum. I don't know, Akita and Hanoi. Is that any every semester or every year? Okay, that's every semester they change. So the thing, this one is a very famous picture from our government, that research and education and industry should have a chain. It's not broken chain. That's why we need benchmarking to our partner and our industry, and also connect with this industry. So this is my last slide, the point of thought. This one is we have to think about the body of knowledge. The body of knowledge driven by association study program, driven by profession, driven by university, driven by faculty, whatever the reason, is reduced by adding expertise. That's my suggestion. Okay. Required to energy transition and other challenge, for example, as IoT, Revolution Industry 4.0. By reducing the body of knowledge, make the body of knowledge more adaptive and more simple in the profile. Improve or enhance the curriculum, increasing the number of credit of courses related to the future clean energy. Example, CCUS, new and renewable energy method, so on. And the third is optimize the Merdeka Belajar dan Kamus Merdeka. This my Indonesian word sentence that we call, apa ya bahasa Inggrisnya? Independent learner in curriculum by obtaining major and minor degrees. So in some university they use minor degrees and major degrees. The 20 until 30 credit, let's say in Australia and I think in Korea, also use that way. We have major, we have minor. So we have degree. Major in geology, minor in simulation engineering. Major in petroleum, minor in exploration geology. Major in mining, minor in environmental technology. Or in economic mining. That's what we have to thought about it. And then government regulation governing major and minor degrees in the undergraduate curriculum to increase curriculum flexibility. That's my opinion about the curriculum and how to take opportunity to this transition energy barrier. So don't be loser. This the old man already learning about how to use handphone. How old that man? I think this more older than the handphone. Because handphone is maybe 30 years ago, the old man already 80 years, but they still want to learn. Long life learning and continuous improvement, that's the key. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, give applause to Pak Burhan for the very interesting presentation. I think I have the same situation, Pak Burhan. when I think same situation with Pak Burhan when Pak Burhan was a student, the same problem we face are the the reserve of the energy still decreasing, but till now I think it's same situation. But the problem I think we face is different now. That transition energy is inevitable now, and we have to face that. And for I think for myself, for in the academic background, so what we can do, especially for the student, to face that a problem in the future. Okay, very interesting, and I believe it will provoke a question after this presentation. But we still have one presenter, and now we are honored to hear the presentation from Associate Professor Nguyen Hoi Nga, or I will call Dr. Nga Nguyen, from Hanoi University of Mining and Geology, Vietnam. Welcome to Jakarta, Dr. Nga Nguyen. So Dr. Nga Nguyen holds a Master of Mining Management from the Hanoi University of Mining and Geology, and Doctoral of Engineering degree from the RWTH Aachen, Germany. She was extensive experience in international collaboration, serving as the head of the international office at the Hanoi University of Mining and Geology since 2020. She has involved in numerous multinational projects and had a role in the capacity building and international cooperation. Her research focused on a natural resources governance, sustainable development in the mining industry, and occupational health and safety management. She has also provided consulting services to improve safety competence, cost management, and risk management in the mining sector. She is also active participating in a professional association such as the International Social Security Association and the Society of the Mining Professor. So today, Dr. Nga Nguyen will present on Vision Zero and Sustainable Responsible Mining in Southeast Asia. Please join me welcoming Dr. Nga Nguyen to the stage.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, the organizing committee, to having us today. And yeah, I would like to introduce to you the Vision Zero, a campaign for safety, health, and well-being in the mining industry with for the sustainable and responsible mining in South Asia. When I received the invitation from the organizing committee to come to Jakarta this time, I was wonder how we can follow the motto of the conference, empowering the earth resources for the sustainable energy. So we can see that the renewable energy and the energy security of each country cannot be achieved without mining. And although people talk about net zero emission, talk about renewable energy transition, they cannot achieve that goal without mining. Because in renewable energy transition, we will need more copper, silver, nickel, critical minerals. But the more we dig for mineral to meet our demand, the bigger challenge we will face with the acceptance of the social community, of safety and health, and of the economic aspect. That's why I would like to talk about the sustainable and responsible mining. And I will introduce to you to have more overview about the Vision Zero and the 7 golden rules of the campaign, the mining in Asia, especially the South Asia where we are living, and how we pilot the implementation of the Vision Zero and 7 golden rules in the mining companies in South Asia, and how we can achieve a sustainable and responsible mining. So we have been talking about the 17th SDGs since years, and for example, working in the university or working in the mining industry, we focus on not only no poverty, but also, of course, as working in the university, we are talking about the quality education, the gender equality, and other aspect. And of course, mining can contribute significantly to achieve the 17th SDG, and so does the Vision Zero. In any aspect, any goals we can achieve with the health, safety, and well-being of the people, and especially of the people working in the mine, because the very strong commitment from many mining companies worldwide is everybody returns safe and healthy from his work back home every day. Especially in the case that you know that more than 380,000 people, family, lost one lives during accident, due to accident at work. I think this is a PDF file, it's not the original one I sent. So here, with the core value of health, safety, and well-being, many companies worldwide join the Vision Zero. This is a campaign by the International Security Association. And the core of the Vision Zero is golden rules, 7 golden rules for the zero accident and healthy work. This is the 3 dimensions that I mentioned with the safety at workplace, healthy work, and well-being by leadership and prevention culture. So prevention culture is very important for the mining companies to assure the 3 dimensions of the Vision Zero. And the 7 golden rules of Vision Zero is talking about the leadership, the commitment of the leaders for the safety, health, and well-being. How we identify the hazards, define the targets, and ensure the safe and healthy system. In the company, it should be also concerned of the ensuring of safety and health in machine, equipment, and workplace, and related to people, the improve of qualification and develop competence of the workers, as well as invest in people, how to motivate the workers in the mining industry, contribute proactively in occupational safety and health is also very important. With the campaign of Vision Zero, we come from the traditional occupational safety and health management into the proactive, the leading indicators regarding, and we focus not only the occupational safety and health in the mining industry as a priority, but also it's a value. And mining in South Asia, well, let's see what the mining mines production in 2019. So we have many kind of minerals in South Asia, and we have been focusing recently to bauxite, cobalt, copper, iron ore, manganese, silver, nickel, etc. And you have been learning from the previous presentation speakers, distinguished speakers, that fossil minerals very important here in South Asia and Indonesia also. In the whole South Asia, of the 10 countries, we have multiple mineral resources, not only for energy, but for ferroalloy, non-ferrous base metals, precious metal, non-metallic, water resources, and recently rare earth element is very important for countries to develop the renewable energy transition. And contribution to the GDP from the mining industry in South Asia, not only directly about 10%, less from 7 to 10% from different countries, but also in indirect, because we create induced labor force in healthcare, in education, in supplement, auxiliary for the mining industry, for many activities and campaigns in environmental protection, adaptation to the climate change, and many social, corporate social responsibility programs. And nowadays, we are talking about the critical role in net zero shift. And this is, I mentioned about the contribution of the mining in South Asia. South Asia also facing with a lot of challenge by labor force. We are lacking of the qualified people with to adapt with the digitalization, automation, artificial intelligence. We need the people who understand the role of safety, health, and well-being at the companies, either is SME or the larger my scale. And finance and investment for the mining industry has been down for 2 years consecutive, and the environmental standard is now nowadays being higher. And one of the risky risky aspect of the mining, or risky, or the most challenge in mining in South Asia is the social acceptance to operate. So people can mine everywhere, but not in my backyard. And this is also reduce the number of the students believe in the development of the mining industry, and reduce of the number of students enrolled to the mining industry, to the mining universities and mining programs. So I emphasize that the climate change and the renewable energy transition are driving new demand for the minerals nowadays. With graphite, lithium, cobalt are expected to experience significant production increase by 2050 to meet the demand of the technology. And emphasize once again that the thermal coal mine for the production of electricity will be with facing with the declines experience in some regions. And but here we can see also the coal investment flow in South Asia will be concentrated on Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, besides of the other countries like in Laos. Therefore, the energy shift will be accompanied with new environmental and social challenge in the whole South Asia, and becoming an important source of power for the large-scale metal mining industry. So if you see that in the 17th century, there are just a few mineral used in our daily life, but nowadays in the year 2000 and 2020, we almost use all the elements of the periodical table. And we cannot reduce the emission and strengthen the climate resilience and adaptation without the contribution of the new technology for mining, processing, and new way of utilizing our mineral. In South Asia, mining is one of the industry using intensive labor force. So the quality of the photo is not so good, but I took this picture in Vietnam in June 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. And here we can see a worker working in the quarry mine wearing very poor clothes and no PPE at all, standing to hide away from the heat under an equipment in the quarry mine. And here, all here is miners in the Myanmar jet mines. And you see that Myanmar is very known by the landslide in the jet mine. So jet mining in Myanmar really costs lives, and the landslide can cost roughly 200 people when it's happened. So the artisanal and small-scale mine bringing negative impacts not only to the environment but also for safety management. Other challenge or disadvantage is also refers to the legislative framework and misperception from the media, NGO, and civil society organization. People from the beginning accept for the mining industry or mining activities for better income in local communities. For example, in Vietnam, many people come to the river to take more coal outside and sell it for the trader to have more income. But then they turn into the phase of better awareness of environment issues and overlaps of mining and other industry. So this is also like an example from Laos that the farmers was not very happy why they clear the land for sapphire mining in Laos. And in Myanmar, they have many like activists to promote the protester oppose coal mining. So we see also that there is an increasing of the unacceptance of mining in South Asia recently. Here would like to share with you the pilot implementation of Vision Zero and 7 Golden Rules in mining companies in Asia, in this case in Vietnam, in order to reduce the incident ratio and the fatal accidents, to get the acceptance and understanding from the community, from the authorities, and from the miners themselves. A very brief overview about Vietnam, my country. The population is less than in Indonesia. We have roughly 500 mines and mineral deposits. In the northern part of Vietnam, we are famous for coal, apatite, copper, zinc, lead. And in the center is an area for limestone, for iron, titanium, and gold. And in the south, we are mining limestone and other construction materials, and we have also here oil and gas production area. And the investment in the mining industry takes about 5 to 7% of the total investment nationwide. Contribution to the mining industry, annually we contribute, the mining industry contribute around 7% GDP. But in the past, the oil and gas industry contribute half of the GDP of Vietnam. To the social economy, we offer many working places for employees and even the unskillful ones. They can work in the SME mining in the northern border and in the center, as well as a part in the south. The mining industry also creates a large number of induced jobs, like I mentioned before, and provide infrastructure to the community, especially in the remote area, with the school, with the healthcare center, and with the houses for the community, and giving other financial and unfinancial supports as corporate social responsibility. However, the negative impacts is less concern about safety and occupation, health and management, especially in small scale, like in this picture I show again. Also the increasing of the social evils, particularly in remote and isolated area. We have less mines that located near the city. Normally it's 200 or longer or further away. And nowadays mining is less attractive to skillful laborers. When I surveyed the young generation, they said that they prefer to be a YouTube content creator than working in a mine. And we're still faced with high ratio of fatalities and fatal accidents in the mining industry. So what we have done with the Vision Zero, we introduced about the Vision Zero in many kind of national conference with the participant also of the Asian countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, etc. And also we conducted some projects to increase the safety competence in the mining companies, the coal companies, by multi-level approach. We have been working with the companies, with training, with project, and then we apply in the mining companies for several years to statistic data to see how the situation improved. We publish papers and journals to talk about Vision Zero and teaching in college and universities, not only for the lecturers of the universities, but also for the managers of the mines, and to let them understand safety is moral and the employees are the most important for the mining companies. We join also other occupational safety and health network and talk about Vision Zero in this kind of network in order to spread the information, the mission of the Vision Zero and its tool introduction about its tools worldwide as well as in the region. So the mining industry in Southeast Asia nowadays needs a new generation of mining engineers like you, and being not only engineers but also managers who understand not only mining technology like we have in the university, but also the essence of safety that will be integrated into the curriculum. And the new generation of engineers and managers understand of the better communicate with the community about safety and its significance, as well as understand the corporate social responsibility, helping you to win the social license to operate in the community of the mining. These photos I took in Indonesia 7 years ago. This is an example of how the corporate social responsibility can win the license to operate. This is also in Java, in Yogyakarta. The oil rig is not so far from the community, and all the community can be involved in governance of the income from the mining, from the oil and gas area, and also the people were helped to change their career, and also the infrastructure was invested here, and people are very happy to share with us the delegation from Southeast Asian country to how they manage or how they governance the minerals income. This is also the activity in the EITI programs. And education, therefore, is very important for the universities students, and therefore we developed a model of training organization and trainers, as well as engaging the universities, the school and vocational schools with the Vision Zero. And we believe that we can achieve the sustainable and responsible mining by the improving of university linkage. I do like to share that education is not filling a bucket, but lighting a fire. And I do believe, I do agree with my colleagues that education, the curriculum in the university must be much better improved and revised in the future with the short term and make it adaptive in order to meet the demand of the changing rapidly for the demand of the mining education. And with this, I would like to introduce to you not only the distinguished lecturers of the TICASI, but also the student. Think about the Vision Zero and our sustainable and responsible mining, and join our movement to support the global achievement in safety, health, and well-being for not only the miners, but also for the community as well. Thank you very much.
Give applause to Dr. Nga Nguyen for the very interesting presentation. So, actually, it's a kind of new term for me, new zero. It's I'm learning new words today, Vision Zero actually. I learned about the something related to the mining management in my PhD program actually. But I think one things we have to how to say it, uh, we have to make a point about because we are not working on the energy and the mining sector. So the mining and energy sectors, we have kind of stereotypes in the society that this kind of industry is a kind of the dirty industry, and so many problem we face is, for example, the artisanal mining, and also the how some the industry not have no how to say it, commit with the environment and so on problem. So I think that's the situation we face, especially as the academics with our academic background. For this problem, we have to think more about that. So we have now concluded our keynote presentation, and I will open for the floor for discussion, and also for the audience in the Zoom, you can join the discussion by type the question you want to ask to our keynote speaker, or you can raise hand by pick push the raise hand icon in the Zoom, and you can directly ask to our keynote speakers. So when you want to make a question, please start with the raise your hand, and kindly mention your name and the institution you present before asking your question. So I will start with the first three question. So any question? Any question? Okay, please, madam. So the committee will bring the mic to.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator and all speakers, honorable all speakers from university in Japan and Vietnam, and also from Usakti University. My name is Wilma Latuni, and I come from Patimura University, Universitas Patimura.
From Ambon.
Ambon, yes. So I'm very interested with what Professor Burhan present today regarding to the institution education related to petroleum engineering study program, because we just established our study program since 2018. So there's a new comer for petroleum engineering domain. So my question is, because the reason why our study program has been established is because the block Masela matters, and now we know already that block Masela hasn't been operated yet. So my question is, what is your suggestion for our graduate students? As you know that we have already 2 years graduate students, and they now survive for working at petroleum engineering domain. So maybe you can give us our suggestion how they can survive in petroleum engineering domain while they're waiting for block Masela being operated. So that's the first question for you. I still have the second question as well. So because you give us the what we call that it's like suggestion to make a minor and major to improve our curriculum. So as you know that we now try to move to energy transition, and we still waiting for block Masela for being operated, especially in archipelagic region such as Maluku. So we know that we have also the potential for renewable energy, such as wave energy and also hydro energy, as well as wind energy. So my question is, what is the minor domain you suggest related to our natural resources for potential energy? prominently for improving our curriculum. So we can adapt with the situation and we can also support the zero energy. Zero, I forget what the term is. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Give applause. Uh, I'm sorry, Madam.
My name is Wilma Latuni. Wilma.
Wilma.
You can call me Wilma.
Bu Wilma.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The question for Bu Wilma. Pak Burhan will directly answer the question. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wilma. The first question is how about a correlation between your department and the Masela field. The Masela is very unique, but I heard that last year and this year they have good progress for that program. I will not going to deep for the Masela business, but let we think this way. Since Masela have a program, so the central government, like directly from the president, they asked to set up the petroleum, geology, and is it mining? No, oh no, petroleum and geology department in Ambon in Patimura University. The first is how to make your students happy with the curriculum. That's the first one. And a lot of subject, a lot of course, a lot of real in petroleum engineering related to another energy. It's not only petroleum, not only gas. Let's say in drilling, you can drill in petroleum energy, you can working in geothermal, so you can also working as a geological engineering driller, infrastructure driller, because of course another type of natural resources need different method for drilling, but the basic will be similar. Okay, so make them happy with the curriculum which will the general skill. In our curriculum, we have two skill beside another two learning outcome. For the two skill is mean called general skill and special skill. Keterampilan umum dan keterampilan khusus. So if you trap it in more specialist or more skill in for special energy, that will be more difficult rather than you general skill. So the body of knowledge should more flexible. Let's say if you worry about the Masela, you can make a curriculum more wider in general term. Like reservoir, you can go to hydrogeology as reservoir in water. You can go reservoir in geothermal. You can go to reservoir as oil and gas. So the term of reservoir, this means you can go in any subsurface fluid for what you call reservoir for the port and for so on. So if you have the main topic is reservoir, you can go another another point in hydrogeology or geothermal. The law is same, Darcy law, isn't it? So the geology also more or less we can learn about rock and so on, drilling and then reservoir and so economic. You can go the economic for the oil and gas. You can go economic for the mining. You can go another things. and then environment. If we're talking about environmental, we have the mining environment, oil and gas environment, and then what you call urban environment. You can go for another topic for that. So make your student what you call face the future as more alternative thinking. So you can choose this one, choose that one, choose that one, regardless the martial law good or not. But I pray martial law is good. Okay. And the second, what minor and major? The major, you have to discuss with the body of knowledge of the major. You have to discuss with your association. Which one is the body of knowledge, must, and should, and maybe alternative. If the body of knowledge is high rigidity, so that's difficult to make a minor. So you can go to the association, let's say rather than 70, 80 or 90, you make maybe 60. So you have concentration. In Indonesia, we have some study program like economic. They have law faculty. They have called concentration. Concentration means minor skill atau minor curriculum. They gather from the elective course. Elective course, we have package for, this one for environment, this one for drilling, this one for reservoir. So this one the minor. But if the minor less than 20, 30, they will not have any skill. They don't have any competency. So the minimum is 20 credit. So they can work in another side. In my experience discussed with other professor from another university, the minor sometimes is very different. So the major is petroleum engineer, the minor akuntan. That's happened. And the major is petroleum engineer, the minor is economic, energy economic. So that's why we have to optimize the Merdeka Belajar become a minor degree. But if the minor degree and major degree, they need the rule, they need the peraturan menteri to do that. For the fast track, you can use concentration. Concentration means you have certain of subject supervised by expert for lecture, senior lecture, or professor in that skill. So develop your own program, but the key is the body of knowledge. Because if you not fulfill the body of knowledge, you will have problem with accreditation. See? That's why you have to go through the accreditation, go through the certification, go through the association. Long way, but we can have solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Burhan. Is it satisfied your question, Bu Wilma? Okay, thank you very much, Bu Wilma. Long journey from Ambon to come here to join. Okay, please give applause again to Bu Wilma and the team from the Patimura University, Ambon. Is there any question? Silakan, Pak.
Thank you very much for Mr. Moderator. My name is Basuki Rahmat from Icpmget Yogyakarta. I have a question for Professor Sionobu Sensei. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Interesting your presentation, Sensei. Yeah, I saw that Kita Basin have resource rocks. Is that similar or different? But the resource rock, the tectonostratigraphy in the same transition, the states in the same year. Okay, so this is my question for Sensei. Thank you very much.
So, can I use a presentation slide? Right. So, thank you for questions. So this is a biomarker result between the eastern part and western part. So western part didn't, we cannot find intrusion igneous rock, western part. And eastern part, we can find intrusion rock and source rock region. So, actually, similar pattern between the no intrusion and the intrusion. But so you can see the little bit change the pattern R and S. So R and S mean the isomerization of the sterans, right? So intrusion rock increase 20R, right? So like this peak R. So other hand, not intrusion area. So this area shows a low value of R sterans. So quite different type of steran ratio. So this data show the abundance of polycyclic terphanes lead to the rapid heatings by Forimont et al. So therefore, we interpret these differences show the intrusion rock and different generation types between these wells. Right? It's answer your question.
Thank you. Yeah, I see. I see about the environmental ecosystem from the Sri Sasrap. I see is one similar path. Yes, yeah. Is it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Pak Basuki, is it enough, Pak Basuki? A question, okay, thank you very much. Give applause for Pak Basuki for the UPN Yogyakarta. Okay, I open another question. Okay, please. I think Buyara first. Okay. And after that, I will go to the mass in behind.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Yara Sutadiwirya from FPKE Universitas Trisakti. I want to ask to you, Professor Chironobu, sorry for the ask to you, sorry, maybe this is a simple question for you, but I'm still curious about when you say that how hydrocarbon was generated in the Akita Basin. So you said that there are two possibilities. Yeah? I propose firstly, yeah, that's general, yeah, because hydrocarbon was generated due to thick burial, right? But the second one, I'm still curious how we can have the mature source rock, yeah, mature source rock, based on the shallower source rock that we know that the shallower source rock, of course, has a mature source rock. So I just want to ask the mechanism how to make the higher hydrocarbon from ignition activities. That's all maybe my solution. Thank you.
Okay. So, please. So, it's a very easy. So, general type, typically petroleum system. So, hydrocarbon was generated by the barriers, so overburden. So, it's a typical normal types. So, atypical, unusual types. So, source rock situate shallower than typical. So, of course, immature, immature. But in shallower source rock layers, igneous rock intrusions. So, and especially the same depositional time, so source rock depositions and intrusion of igneous rock at the same time. So, source rock and intrusion rock contact with surface of the shield or dike of intrusion rock. So, in this zone is rapid increase summer conditions, rapidly high summer and high pressure. So, in this layer, go to the mature temperatures. So around Tmax at 450 to 460. So very thin layer, but intrusion rock distributed widely. So these area distributed also widely. So this contact surface between the source rock and intrusion rock generated a huge amount of the hydrocarbons. All right. So sorry.
Because the first time that when we know that the source rock is immature, so and then after maybe the next study that there is an intrusion, so the Tmax will be changed, I think, to be more than 435. Yeah. I think what you said.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's the
Yes.
basic concept.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the.
Thank you.
Thank you, Buyara. Give applause for Buyara. And I believe that it will be discussion between Buyara and Kyonobu Sensei after this session because same geochemist. Okay, and Mas, okay, please mention your name and your institution, please.
Thank you. My name Nendi Rohandi from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia. The question is for Dr. Nguyen. You say that about Vision Zero. Can you explain this concept? I mean for Indonesia from small scale mining until the large scale of mining. But of course, the problem is always related with safety. That's all I think. Can you explain further explanation about Vision Zero in mining? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting question, actually, because it seems that in many large-scale companies, not only in Indonesia but in like Vietnam or China, people think that safety and health and well-being is only the problem of the small-scale one, not the big one. Because in the big one, the authority look at that, the community look at that, and also media. So people have to care of health and safety. But it's not that truth. All kind of company, either the small scale, the SME, or the large scale, must concentrate on health and safety. And in the context of Indonesia, I think Vision Zero has been initiative introduced into kind of conference. We have been talking with the Indonesian delegation of the ILO as well as the Ministry of Labor for several times in the Asian OSNET, the network of Asian occupational safety and health. So I think Vision Zero has been here mentioned, but the wide impact is not achieved yet. Because as I check in the Vision Zero and Vision Zero trainers from Indonesia, the number is not that high. So the whole Southeast Asia, I think it's around, it's less than 30 people that accredited with the Vision Zero trainers by ILO in Geneva, Switzerland. And we want to increase the number of the trainer, because the more trainers we have, the more effectively the Vision Zero can be expand in not only mining companies but also other companies as well. And there is a very tiny interesting information that the woman who will be the accreditor for the trainers of Vision Zero in Geneva came from Indonesia. I had a good time chatting with her about the situation in South Asia regarding this. Yeah. So come back to your question. Vision Zero do appear here in Indonesia with the 7 golden rules. But we need more people engaged in that campaign to improve the movement and spread it into many kinds of mining companies here in Indonesia, particular, and in South Asia as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nga Nguyen, for the question. So the committee can help me to check whether there is any question in the Zoom. No question in Zoom? Okay, I think I will continue the last question for Dr. Nga Nguyen. So we have, for example, you said that there's no problem in the big industry in mining for the Vision Zero because everyone watching the industry. But we now have a problem with the small scale, for example, especially artisanal mining. I have experience when I visited some artisanal mining in Sumatra. They said that the workers said that they have 12-hour work hours in the mining. No skills. No, I just depend on the experience and like the how to say it, from the father to the son, they working in the family. So in other side that there some how to say it, government want to eradicate the artisanal mining because it's not humane, it's not good but beside instead of that, they said the workers said that they income only depend on that because their skills only they have only skills on that artisanal mining. So do you have any suggestion for that problem? Because I think Vietnam and Indonesia have a same situation for this problem.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the question. This is really a topic that we have been discussing about because as I mentioned in my presentation, mining is also offering opportunity for unskillful workers. And this is very complicated for the governments in Southeast Asia to cancel all the artisanal mines. They still need it, and also the provincial government they also support for that kind of artificial mine. But it doesn't mean that the labor resource in that kind of mines can ignore all the regulations and guidelines of occupational safety and health. So in that case, the commitment of the leaders of the mine is very important, and we need to train them about the equality of all lives. That mining costs lives if you do not care of the people, and therefore safety is moral. Sometimes people can ignore some legal regulation, but cannot ignore the life of the people, the other people, especially in the mining industry. If we lost one life, we create not only one victims, but there will be the secondary victims. The children of the miners have to face with many difficulties in studying, in living, in growing, and going to be the adult. So it's really matter for the people, and if the leaders of any mines consider that safety is moral for them, so the situation can be changed.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting, Dr. Nguyen, for this matter. Okay, please give applause for all of our keynote speakers today. That's a very great discussion we have today. So finally, we are in the end of the first plenary session. Thank you so much. It has been a privilege to hear our participants and to reach a deeper and fascinating topics presented by our keynote speakers. So from the topics we discussed today, I can summarize that the empowering earth resource for sustainable energy involves several key elements, including first is the geological exploration and analysis. The second is the transition to the renewable energy. Third, the sustainable mining practices. The fourth, the educational initiative. And the fifth is the Vision Zero in mining. By focusing in this area, we can unlock the full potential of the earth resources while ensuring a sustainable energy future. The insight and expertise shared by our keynote speakers today will undoubtedly contribute to these vital endeavors, offering a new perspective and strategies for empowering earth resource in the pursuit of a sustainable energy solution. I would like to extend special thanks to our keynote speakers, Prof. Sun Cionobu, Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin and Dr. Nga Nguyen, for your invaluable contributions to today's presentation and discussion. Your insights have provided valuable perspectives on the challenge and opportunities within the fields of the petroleum geology, energy transition, and sustainable mining. Thank you very much for this great discussion. And for audience, thank you again for your participation and engagement. We look forward to seeing you at the next session and throughout the rest of the conference. I will bring the session back to Ms. Prayang. Okay, thank you, Ms. Prayang.
Thank you, Dr. Andy, and also thank you to our distinguished speaker, Professor Cionobu, Dr. Burhan, and Dr. Nga Nguyen. And for the next session, we have the token of appreciation for our speaker and also moderator. So would you please to move forward for receiving the token of appreciation from FTKE Universitas Trisakti. And also we'd like to invite the Dean of FTKE, Dr. Suryo Prakoso, and accompanied by Dr. Kartika as the chairperson of Icpmget to deliver the token of appreciation to speakers and moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Nga Nguyen from Hana University, Vietnam. And the following certificate received by Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin from Universitas Trisakti. And the following certificate received by Professor Shun Chionobu from Akita University, Japan. And last but not least, this is the certificate will be received by our moderator. The next certificate to Dr. Randy from Universitas Trisakti. All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, continue with photo session. Please to the PR team of FTKE. Again, thank you very much, Professor, distinguished guests. You may heading back to your seat. Thank you. We really appreciate for your cooperation and collaboration. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that right now is lunchtime or break time, but don't forget to come back here again at 1:15 p.m. And also, we would like to remind for the Muslim fellows, the masjid or musalla is already in lobby, so you may conduct the zuhur prayer at the lobby. And also for the lunch, for VIP guests, VIP speakers, you may have your lunch at the VIP room. We'll be escorted by our team to the VIP room. And for the presenters and lecturers, you may have your lunch at the multi-function room, which is go through the hallway back here, and then you will find the multi-function room. Okay, so we'll be back here again at 1:15 p.m. for the second plenary session. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later. And you can get at the registration desk. Thank you.
Cek satu, checking satu dua, cek sound. Middle turun, oh middlenya turunin. Cek sound satu dua tiga. Cek satu dua tiga. Checking satu dua, cek satu, checking satu dua tiga. Checking satu dua, checking satu dua, cek satu dua tiga. Kalau Mbak Prayang dekat. Checking satu dua, cek.
Janji juga ya, pakai Pantene Miracles sekarang untuk selamanya.
Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for a change. And in the bad times I feel myself. Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for a change. And in the bad times I fear myself. I'm on the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash to the surface. far from the sun now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, far from the sun now. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you helped me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. And I tend to close my eyes when it hurts sometimes. I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your sound till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
Kita ingin menang demi bangsa. Matahari yang buat kulit belang tak akan hentikan kita. Kembalikan cerahmu dengan Vaseline UV Extra Brightening baru. Dengan Glutaglow, 30 kali kekuatan antioksidan yang mencerahkan. Untuk kulit cerah terasa lembab dalam 3 hari. Kembalikan cerahmu dan terus menang. Dengan Vaseline baru.
But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Not trying to be in there, not trying to be cool, just trying to be in this. Tell me, are you too? Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too, and I wanna see the sunrise and your sins, just me and you. Light it up, buzzing. We would roll down the rapids to find a wave that fits. Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too, and I wanna see the sunrise and your sins, just me and you. Light it up on the run. Let's make love tonight. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Could give love to your body, so only you that can stop it. Gonna give love to your body. Ooh. But you'll never be alone. From dusk till dawn. With you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I will. With you from dusk till dawn. With you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. There goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. There goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking.
Currently, Mr. Danu is working as lecturer of Mining Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti since 2016, with focus on mine planning and mine optimization. And also, Mr. Danu involving on feasibility study for several mining companies. He's also as the member of Australasian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, or LCMM, and Association of Indonesian Mining Professionals, or PERHAPI. Mr. Danu also has several publications on reputable journal. And without further ado, please welcome to Mr. Danu Putra. Time is yours.
Check. Thank you, Mbak Prayang, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you're barely already full with that lunch that we had already. So, also I would like to express my gratitude that you have a wonderful time here. My name is Danu Putra from Mining Engineering Department, Universitas Trisakti. And welcome to the first Icpmget 2024 with the main theme of empowering of earth resource and sustainable energy. We are at the second plenary session and I'm going to be chair this session. Maybe a little bit talk about these sessions. Earlier in the first plenary session, we already talked about the geology and the practical implication, and also the future prospects for these afternoon sessions. We will talk about a little bit more focus on CO2, or especially in the CCS for its implication, application, and economic analysis. But before we get into the main events, I would like to invite the honorable speaker of this session onto the stage. Today, we have exciting lineup of distinguished speakers who will share their expertise and insights. Our first speaker is Professor Asep Kurnia Permadi. Please join with me today onto the stage. Yes, Professor, please have a seat. And for our next speaker, I'm going to invite Professor Kongson Lee to join us with me in the stage. Please, Professor. You are amazing with that suit, Professor. Welcome to, here's already Usakti. Thank you, Professor, for joining us with us today. So, before we start the sessions, I would like to explain to our participants that we will have around approximately two speakers only. Yeah, we only have 2 speakers. Yeah, you can speak. It's more comfortable that way. Yeah, that's right, Professor. So, back to the sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the hearing from our speakers, I would like to inform you that we will have a Q&A later after all the speakers deliver their presentations. So please refrain from asking throughout the presentations. We will have approximately 20 minutes, Professor, for the presentations, and later we will have a Q&A sessions. Back to the main events, I'm going to let our first presenter, Professor Asep Kurnia Permadi, to deliver the presentation. But first, let me summarize a bit of his experiences. Professor Permadi is a distinguished expert in the field of petroleum engineering with a career spanning over 15 years dedicated to enhanced oil recovery (AOR) techniques. He is currently a professor of petroleum engineering at Institut Teknologi Bandung, when he has been a faculty member since 2019, specializing in reservoir engineering and modeling. In addition to his academic achievement, Professor Permadi has played a pivotal role as Vice Chairman of the Center of CO2 and Flared Gas Utilization at ITB from 2021 to 2023, where he spearheaded field trials and initiatives aimed at optimizing CO2 injections and low salinity water injection techniques. He has supervised numerous dissertations and senior projects, and his scholarly contribution include numerous publications, patents, books, and AOR topics. Recognized for his expertise and innovation, Professor Permadi has received multiple awards, including 2 Innovative Research Awards from ITB and First Runner-Up Awards at the AOR Festival hosted by Directorate General of Oil and Gas, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia. I believe Professor Permadi will deliver a speech about the potential of integrated CO2, EOR, and CCS in Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Professor Permadi. Please, Professor, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, honorable attendants of this very nice conference. I'm very happy to stand here beside of my longtime friend, Professor Lee from Hanyang University. So this is probably, even though we have been together for more than 10 years, but this is the first time we sat together in the conference here. So thank you very much to the committee. Thank you very much to Trisakti University. The committee invited me to present some knowledge that I had been collecting for probably about 10 years or more on the CO2 EOR. So I would like to thank you especially to the committee for inviting me to talk about this topic in this very nice conference in this very nice university. Would you please just put it on my slide, please? So I choose this topic according to the invitation letter. It says that they would like me to talk about the integrated CO2, EOR, and CCS in Indonesia. How is potential in the future? In the beginning, I was like, very confused. How do I talk or I deliver this topic to you today? But I try to make some agenda for this presentation by giving you some questions. But before that, I would like to introduce myself. I joined ITB about 30 years ago. Many of you have not been born at that time. I joined ITB in 1990 and have been focusing myself on reservoir engineering, and I get advanced degree on the same area on reservoir engineering. But in the last 10 or 15 years, I focusing myself to CO2 EOR. Actually, Professor Lee have been my colleagues on this journey to learn about CO2 EOR, especially here in Indonesia or Indonesian reservoirs. As you probably know that here in Indonesia we have a very high temperature reservoir but very low pressure reservoir. This is a kind of very challenging when you want to apply CO2 EOR on this kind of reservoirs. But anyway, I successfully joined with the Koreans in 2015, injecting CO2 in the Jambi province. Also with, I guess with you, yeah, Professor Lee. And we brought some amount of CO2. It's about 1,000 ton of CO2 from West Java to Jambi province. It's very far away. You have to cross the sea, and we have to take this CO2 to the site. And in my opinion, as far as I understand, that was the first CO2 injection in Indonesia, following the successful injection in, I believe, in Vietnam, yeah, at that time. Okay, so this is the topics that I would like to share with you today, this afternoon. First of all, it's about we have to stand in the same platform about the understanding of CO2, EOR, and CCS. What is the integrated CO2, EOR, and CCS anyway? And the second, it is about what are the related issues when we talk about the CO2, EOR, and CCS. And I would like to share with you about 4 or so factors. The first is about the cost. The second is about the technology. The third, probably about the policies and regulations. But above all, we have to see the commitment of us. And this commitment started with our law for ratification of Paris Agreement 2015. So that is the main rationale for this CO2 EOR and CCS application here in Indonesia. The next one is about the capacities and experiences. Do we have capacities and experiences in injecting CO2? And I would like to share with you actually my personal experience in injecting CO2 in Meruap field in Jambi in 2015. And I witnessed myself the injection of CO2 in Jatibarang field just 2 years ago, and see how do we successfully inject CO2 in those two fields. The third one is about the data and information on the potential capacity of storage of CO2. And in this case also we have to see the system of source and sinks, meaning that we have to see the sources of CO2 and how do we deliver the CO2 to the sink system. In short, if you see the source of CO2 and you have to see the distance between the source of CO2 to the field site, to the oil field, where we can inject the CO2. That's what I mean by source and sinks. And I would like to hear about the statements from all the stakeholders about the potential of integrating CO2 EOR and CCS. And I also would like to share my personal experiences in studying the CO2 and CCS. So this will be my underlying thoughts of the analysis or the ideas. How do we inject the CO2 as CO2 EOR, and also the potential integrating the CO2 EOR and CCS itself. Okay, let us talk about what is the integrated CO2 EOR and CCS. As far as I understand, we can make very simple definition of CO2 EOR. CO2 EOR is an advanced method or ways how to recover the oil above the residual saturations. Or in this case, in very general sense, we can say that it is an advanced oil recovery method which addressed the energy production. In this case, of course, the fossil energy, and more specifically, oil and gas. When you apply CO2 to enhance the oil production, we call it EOR method. If you use CO2 to enhance the gas production, we call it EGR. So that is why even we can apply the CO2 EOR for the CBM, and we call it CBMR. So enhancing CBM recovery, okay? Enhancement or enhanced CBM recovery. So it involves the injection of CO2 into the mature oil field to boost the oil recovery itself. On the other hand, we see the term, or we heard about the CO2, the term of CO2 sequestration. What does it mean? It means we store the CO2 permanently in a geological formations. But in terms of reservoir, we can see if it is injected into an aquifer or it is injected into oil or gas reservoir. So that is why we see the permanent storing ways or storing method of CO2 in the formations. So why do we do this? Why do we inject CO2 for storing permanently. So it becomes the priority. You maybe many of you understand about the necessity of reducing the emission to avoid the rise of the global temperature. So in this case, we inject CO2, and at the same time, upon the return of CO2 into the surface, we see that some of it, or part of it, or fraction of it, is stored in the reservoir permanently. So we cannot recover the CO2, except you can search and then you hunt the CO2 and then you can return it to the surface. But in this case, we just let them go. So that's why we don't know very well, how the CO2 goes or lost in the formations. So what do we understand about the integrated CO2 and CO2 EOR and CO2 sequestrations is we inject CO2 while storing the CO2 itself permanently in the reservoir. And the CO2 may also be stored permanently after the field's economic abandonment. When you close and when you stop your production, then the CO2 will be stored permanently as well in the reservoir. So this is very simple calculation. How much is the CO2 stored in the reservoir? So we just calculate the injected CO2, and upon the return of CO2 into the surface, we subtract this to the injected, and then we see, subtracted with the CO2 loss, the CO2 that lost to the reservoir. So that means it's stored in the reservoir. And also in terms of CO2 ELR itself, we can calculate or we can see how much the CO2 that is causing the additional production of oil. So we call this as utilization factor. So that is why when we use the term of CCUS, the U stands for utilization. You see how much of the CO2 is used to recover or to make some additional oil productions. All right, so that is the way we see how the CO2 is used to enhance the oil recovery, and at the same time we use this way to store the CO2 permanently in the reservoir. Comparing to different fields, like here oil fields and gas fields, and maybe this coal bed, methane fields, and if we also inject in the aquifer, we see how these methods has these advantages as well as advantages. So we see the advantages of injecting or storing CO2 in oil fields and your gas field and so forth here, and also these advantages over here on the right column, on your right hand column on this slide. And this is just the way we inject the CO2 for EOR. Either you inject at the same well and you produce, either you inject into a well and you produce at the same well. It is called huff and puff method. Or you inject the CO2 into one well and you see or you recover the CO2 in some other wells. It is called interwell injection scenarios. So this just various mechanisms of interwell injection scenarios. All right, so that is what I called as integrated CO2 EOR and CO2 sequestration. The next one, next slide please. Can you help me?
The committee may we please help about the presentations.
Yes, put it to the next slide, please.
Okay.
Okay. Now I can control from here. Okay. What are the related issues? As I mentioned, maybe the most important thing of this slide is our commitment. We are here as academicians. Do we have commitment to do it? They are in the industry. Do they have commitment to do it? They are in the government. Do they have commitment to do it? If all of us, all the stakeholders, we are here as academicians, they are there as government officials, they are there as industrialists or practitioners, all they have commitment, then just do it. This probably will be my most important message on this presentation. Do we have commitment here? Yeah, strong commitment. If you talk about proper planning, if you talk about the rationale, if you talk about the background, that's very easy to find. That's very easy to define. So we just have this, If you talk about technology readiness, it is a mature technology. We can do inject CO2. We can see the way, probably the most effective, the most efficient way how to inject the CO2. We all have that things. And economics, even though we see that the most challenging aspect is the cost, and the highest cost is the capture itself. Next time may be different. Everything is easy, everything is cheap or is expensive. If you don't have any commitment, it's nothing. If it is very difficult, if it is very expensive, if you have commitment, you can do it. Okay? So the most important message of this slide to you is, do we have commitment to do it? Do we have willingness to do it? Okay? One of the things that we see every day, you see from newspaper, you watch from TV, if you're still watching TV today, or you see from some other resources like YouTube or whatever, you see that we have a lot of governmental offices. It includes what do we have here? The environmental ministry, environmental related ministry, the transportation ministry, the customs, the engineering or energy. If they have coordination among themselves, this must be easier to us to do so. Otherwise, that's very complicated. So how to solve this problem? It's just commitment, to my understanding. If you want to do it, we can do it together. If you don't want to do it, even though it is very easy, very expensive, you will do nothing. Okay? So the related issues here, first is the strong commitment. The second is the coordination among the governmental governmental offices. All right. The next one is, do we have capacities and experience in injecting CO2? Yes. I show you two examples. The first one is the Maruap field case. This is sometimes, something that nobody knows. Something that is away from public information. But to my understanding, this is the first CO2 injections in Indonesia. There is no news. There is no papers. There is no publications. But it happened. Who did this? Professor Lee did this. Me too. So the injection in Jatibarang, in Sukawati is not the first, even though they are probably the better case. But the first time we inject CO2 into Indonesian reservoir which usually have high temperature but low pressure is in the Meruap field. There is only one paper presented in the conference in Korea during 2015 World Energy Congress or something. That is the only publication, and it's not very detailed. But here, it is very detailed. I still hold the report for this. You know, what is the simulation study result? You know, what is the operational aspect? You know, at that time, we used this kind of evaporator to make it evaporations. Today, we don't need this. I'll show you later. And we do see, you know, the effect of injecting CO2 into the oil phase. You see here the swelling process from this up to this and raised to this. That means the volume of oil is larger than before the injections, meaning it swells. It, you know, the swelling mechanisms occurs. So we see here the some of these institutions that involved in this project. You know, there is ITB, Sejong, Hanyang maybe it's not here, but the next I put it Hanyang. Sorry for that. But you see, you know, the laboratory works, you know, the injections, you know, you see the ISO tank, you know, we have like 70 trips from Subang district here in West Java to Jambi province in Sumatra. 70 trips of 18 tons of ISO tank here. This is, each of these contain 80 tons CO2. And we see the half and puff process here, the injection, the soaking, and the production. You know, we inject the CO2 at the same well. But the next one here, this is me. I just visitor at that time, and I was joining the operator of the CO2 injection in Jatibarang, well number 137. You know, Jatibarang is just probably 4 hours to the east of Jakarta, to the east of to Cirebon city, to Indramayu. And you know, you see the simpler system of CO2 injection. There is no evaporator here. You see from the phase diagram here, this is the condition at the tank when you transported the CO2. And then you change the pressure and temperature here to P1 and T1 here, pressure and temperature here. And you move in the phase diagram to this stage. And you use the vaporizer, and you see, and it changes to P2 and temperature to T2. And you change from here to here, still in liquid phase. And once you want to inject into the well, it closer to the saturation line here, meaning, you know, in between liquid and vapor phase. So you see here the change of the pressure and temperature here. It's very easy now. But you know, 7 years before, in 2015, it's very complicated. Meaning that the technology makes you easier to do something. Simpler, cheaper, maybe, you know, easier. And next time, maybe even you can bring, you know, in some very small containers It is not possible. I mean, it is not impossible. You can do it maybe in the near future. So the message of these two slides is that we do have experience. We do have capacity. We do have capability on injecting CO2 here in Indonesia, which is very challenging because the temperature is high while the pressure is so low. Okay, so even you cannot do the miscible injections. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. When you inject CO2, the mechanism is the same. It is swells, it changes wettability or IFT, and it lessens the viscosity. It's the same. Okay? So the message of these two slides that we do have capability. The next one is, do we have data or information? Of course, yeah. This is the formal announcements of the government. This slide also has been shown by Pak Burhan in the previous presentations. It's the same. 572.77 and 4.85 of depleted oil and gas reservoirs capacity of storage. This is for 2024 updates. So we do have that things. If you combine the saline aquifer capacity and depleted oil and gas capacity, they said it can contain all of the CO2 from Asian countries plus Korea plus Japan. Yeah, that's enough, right? Come by here and bring your CO2, we will inject it here. We have this capacity. It says so. You know, many stakeholders say so. So these numbers is very close to the results from international studies here. ExxonMobil and Restart Energy also the same, almost the same. But as our government announced, like Professor Burhan also shown in previous presentation, we have these 20 basins with total of 4.85 gigaton. You know giga, how many zeros in 1 giga? 9 zeros. So 400,000,000,000. Okay. All right. So this is a study that was conducted with Professor Lee of Hanyang. Now we do have Hanyang. You know. So ITB and Hanyang University conducted this storage and source and storage sites, and we see the capacity of or the availability of source and sinks system at that time. And we did it in 2022, supported by Lemi Gas at that time, supported by the data from Pusdatin here. Okay. It is public. You can access this data through their website. All right. So we do, we do have data and information for potential storage capacity and source and sink system. Now, what would be the potential of integrating CO2, EOR, and CCS here in Indonesia with the very specific or unique characteristic of temperature and pressure? I would like to collect some information from many stakeholders. Let's see what they said here. The stakeholders that I mentioned here is the government. You know. So I got information from Director General of Oil and Gas and professional associations. I choose IPA, Indonesian Petroleum Association, and operating companies. I choose Pertamina, and research institution, maybe Lemigas and BRIN, BRIN is the best source of information, and academia, I choose also ITB because I know it very well, and some others, there are some others, NGOs, association, and you can see that, Pertamina even has injected CO2 into 3 wells. 2 wells in Jatibarang, 1 or 2 wells in Sukawati, maybe 1. Sorry, I should mention this field, in this occasion only. And here from IPA, it says Indonesia has abundant CCS storage potential to meet domestic requirements and CO2 from elsewhere. And it says here, Asian, South Korea, Japan, many others. That's what they said. Okay, and here also some studies from Lemigas and BRRN, and here from some other source. This is from other NGOs, and this is from ITB, and this is from our government official announcements. Okay, so this is what they said. The next one is what I said. This is my personal studies and will be my underlying thought for my takeaway messages in the last slides. Okay, so I did literature survey, laboratory experiment, simulation work. I focus on 4 Indonesian oil fields. I study source and storage sites, as I mentioned before. Also, I did survey and studies during development of presentation material. So I have been invited for some conferences or seminars since 2020. About the last 4 years, I have been studying all of the resources, all of the informations here, and the last one maybe just last December, and now today in these occasions, I did also development of survey and literature during development of proposal, and I was one of the member of the team who prepared the ministerial regulations on CCS and CCUS during 2021 and 2022.
I'm sorry,
and this is the topics.
You have too many.
Okay. This is the topics covered, and this is the aspect studied. The topics cover storage capacity, injection issues, injectivity, operational aspect, CCUS implementation through CO2 EOR. The aspect studied basic principle, underlying mechanisms, operational aspects. Even I did it in the field. And case studied, including simulation focusing on some oil fields here, miscible and immiscible injection, interval, continuous, almost everything. And I did it not by myself. So I did it with the collaboration with this institution here on the right side, including Professor Lee from Hanyang and some other team also in Korea. And here it just, I would like to share about some very detailed result of my studies. For example, I used the SKW field case for interwell monitoring. This is to see how much CO2 will be stored when you inject CO2 in an oil field. The oil field name is SKW here. And you see that, when you inject 3,000 tons here, and you have the return only 900, which one is it? This one, 993. That means more than 2,000 of CO2 has been stored. in the field. So only 33% return to the, when you inject gas, then you cannot control it, right? So the injected gas will go anywhere they would like to go. So that's why you just get like 30%. This is for the SKW, meaning that, storing CO2 is easy, right? While you enhancing the production, oil production, then you inject CO2 at the same time. This one also the same field, CO2 EOR matrix, meaning the factors and the indicators like retention, utilization factor, and the CO2 stored. For some cases, you see that this one is the injection, the volume, the injection volume, the injection rate, and what else? This one is the mechanisms. These four cases, the basic or the message is we can store the CO2 while using the CO2 for EOR. This is the underlying message. While we have almost 5 gigatons of storage capacity, and we do have experience, and we do have capacity to inject CO2, meaning you just do it. Okay? So this, my further study is how to build our capacity, to continue. So when my colleagues from Yonsei and from Carbon Korea asked me to do some work or some studies on capacity building, no doubt I said yes, I will join you to build our capacity on injecting CO2. So this is my future study. And then I would like to go back to the title of my presentation. What is the potential of injecting CO2 as CO2 EOR and CCS? This is my takeaway messages. On the left, the potential in implementing CO2 EOR and CCS is more than just greed. It's just like, let us do it now. Okay? But, regardless of that, we have challenges in terms of financing, in terms of technology. Like I mentioned, even only in 7 years, in 2015, we have to have 12 meters high of evaporators, but now we don't need it anymore. So technology advancement will make you happy, will make easier, for you to do things. Okay? So the next one is capacity building, as I myself. We have to continue to build our capacity in injecting CO2, not only for CO2 EOR, but also for CCS. And the last one, again, is there, is there in the government side. If they do have coordination among themselves, then the regulatory framework will not be an issue in this. So we are looking forward to seeing the real implementation soon. At present, no evidences of CCUS being fully implemented, regardless of experience, regardless of our capacity, regardless of our commitment. So we are waiting for that time to have real CO2 EOR and CCS combined at that time. Thank you so much for your attention.
Please give a big applause for Professor Permadi. Thank you, Professor, for your comprehensive presentations. Well, I agree with you. Most of the technology in Indonesia is widely available, but when we talk about other factors like the availability, the resources, and the regulatory framework, we still have challenges to overcome with that. I actually, in mining engineering, known something what is called modifying factors that we have to consider. There is 10 factors that we have to consider that if that project is feasible or not. So it's something like that, and yeah, that's our challenges in, especially in oil, gas, and mining engineering departments. Okay, again, thank you so much, Professor Permadi, but we are going to continue first for our next speaker. I would like to invite Professor Lee to share his expertise, but first I'm going to read a bit of his CVs. Professor Lee holds a bachelor degree and master degree in mineral and petroleum engineering from Seoul National University and a PhD in petroleum engineering from University of Texas at Austin. His academic journey has been marked by significant contributions across various prestigious institutions, including Seoul National University, Michigan State University, and Kyunghee University. Throughout his career, Professor Lee has made substantial impacts in both academia and the industry. He has held various editorial positions such as topic editor, guest editor for the journal Applied Science by MDPI. I believe we already know that. Associate editor for the journal, for the International Journal of Oil, Gas, Coal Technology by InterScience Publishers, and editor-in-chief of Geosystem Engineering by Taylor and Francis. I believe we have a little friends over there. In addition to his academic roles, Professor Lee has extensive experiences in his research and development within the industry, having worked as research specialist at Kumho Group, I believe, and Kumho R&D Center. His research expertise spans a broad range of topics within petroleum engineering and geosystem engineering. I believe Professor Lee will be addressing the topic of economic analysis of CO2 capture, transport, and storage during the WAG process. Please join me in welcoming Professor Lee.
Thank you for the introductions. So first of all, I would like to thank the Trisakti University and committees for inviting me to this wonderful international conference. And so actually, I'm working for the Hanyang Universities now, which is in Seoul, Korea, and also the Professor Asep arranged me as the honorary professor in ITV, and today I got this uniform, so I became an honorary student
very well
at
suited with that,
University.
Professor.
Thank you. So today the topic of my presentation is the economic analysis of the CO2 captures, transport, and storage during the WAG process. So because we have worked together with Professor Asep for many years, so many of the presentation materials overlapped with Asep's material, but the good news is the Professor Asep is the first presentation after the lunch, so I believe many of the students are sleepy during the presentation, so I will repeat the presentation again, okay? So my presentation starts with some brief introductions on CCS and CO2 EOR, and actually, so my technical presentation, so for second, I will talk about the methodology I used for my research, and next I will show some results, and finally I will conclude my presentations. So this figure shows actually this figure is prepared by the International Energy Agencies, and so this figure shows the contribution of the carbon capture and storage for net zero emission by 2050s. So from this figure is that the CCUS will contribute at least 15% to get the net zero emission by 2050. But even though I'm not fully trust the IEA. So as this morning, as you presented the Indonesian situations, but because the most of the members of the IEA is European countries, so European countries and Asian countries in totally different situations. But anyway, this figure shows that the CCUS will contribute very, very large portion to net zero emissions. So, is that correct? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, no. I'm sorry. It's confusing. Oh, oh. Oh. Excuse me. Can you start again? Oh, previous one. Oh, no, no. It's not go back. Ah, okay. I'm sorry. So globally, so if we measure the storage capacities for 4 different storage options, so actually the IEA has 4 different options, including the depleted gas field and depleted oil fields combined with CO2 EOR and deep saline aquifers and unminable coal seams. So this capacity is based on the injection cost is up to $20 for 1 ton of the CO2 stored. So as you can see here, the depleted gas field and depleted oil field has a large global capacity. So also for deep saline aquifer has very long ranges, which means that there are a lot of the uncertainties because the gas field and oil fields are proved is there is no leakages because there is the cap rock. But for deep saline aquifers, so we don't want to spend much money to just explore the deep saline aquifers. So there are a lot of the uncertainties. Also, unminable coal seams, this is relatively small, the capacity, but I think this is important in Indonesia and China because there are lots of the coal mines in China and Indonesia. So actually, as the Professor Asep introduced, we have some joint research to explore the current situations of the CO2 storage. So first we have tracked the CO2 sources, and actually this result was presented in 2018, and at that time, so the CO2 sources in Indonesia has classified into 4 different categories. The first one is the natural gas field, and we know that there is the very big the natural gas field, which includes lots of the CO2, the Natuna field. And the second one is the natural gas processing plants. And the third one is the oil and gas processing plants. And another big important, probably the most important source is the power plants because there are so many coal-fired power plants in Indonesia. But the good news is, so also even though there are many sources for CO2, but there are also many CO2 storage capacity in Indonesia. So especially in this case, we are constantly focused on the depleted oil reservoirs. So this figure shows the distribution of the depleted oil reservoirs and depleted gas reservoirs. So in our case, we are considering the CO2 EOR, so we need to focus on the depleted oil reservoirs. So actually, Professor Asep describes the CO2 principles of the CO2 EOR with CCS, but I would like to repeat again because during his presentation you slept, so I will explain again. So actually there is some CO2 sources. So in CO2 source, the CO2 is captured for CCS. So this captured CO2 is transported to the reservoir site, and at this point, the CO2 is injected into the reservoirs. So if the CO2 pressure is higher than the minimum miscibility pressures, then CO2 is fully mixed with the reservoir oil, and it will create the miscible zone. And by making the miscible zone, the interfacial tension will be lowered, and it will decrease the residual oil saturations. So then we can get some additional oil. So this kind of the oil, sometimes it is called the negative CO2 oil, because during this recovery process, CO2 process, some of the oil, the CO2 injected will be stored permanently after finishing the productions. So one of the biggest problems with the carbon storage at geological formation is the cost. But by applying the CO2 EOR, we can get additional profit from this process. So this is the economical and very effective method to store the CO2 in the reservoirs. So again, actually, the Professor Asep did a lot of work to find the potentials in CO2 EOR potentials in Indonesia, and also we have tried, explain the two trials of the CO2 EOR. So actually, first one is very, very small field. It's not here. But the good news here is there is also the distance between the CO2 source and CO2 EOR potential location is very important, because the transportation cost is also important. But the good news here is for each reasons, the distance between the source and the reservoir is relatively close, and it's very good sign for economics. So also I have checked the CCUS, the project in Indonesia. So Indonesian government announced they would like to achieve the net zero emission by 2060, and currently the 15 CCS or CCUS project is undergoing, and this is their Indonesian government's goal. So starting from 2026, so 2.5 million tons of the CO2 will be stored annually. So by 2030s, this reduction rate will be increased to 7.9 million tons per year, and by 2030, the cumulative storage will be the 25.5 billion tons. And so, as you can see here, 2060, the Indonesian government want to get the net zero emission, and by this year, the cumulative storage will be the 190 million tons. And I think this figure is well prepared. And actually, this is the 15 CCUS project in Indonesia. And as you can see here, the international major companies, also the companies from China and Japan, is actively involved in this project. And also, in Indonesian side, the Pertamina leads this project. Unfortunately, there is no Korean companies, so I think we need further corporations to involve in Indonesian CCUS project. So the purpose of this study is, so actually the first one is already covered. So I would like to review the importance of the CO2 EOR, which is very, very effective and economically viable method to extract more oil by reducing the residual saturations, and also we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So to do this, we have conducted some simulation work, and in this case, in our study, the most important keyword is the impurities here. So here we want to treat with the impure CO2 stream. So to do the simulation work for the impure CO2 stream, so first we conducted fluid modeling on anthropogenic CO2 stream. So this anthropogenic CO2 stream has some impurities. So for example, the oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur dioxide, and methane, and argon. So the level of the impurities will be different for different capture method. And because these impurities affect all processes of the CO2 EOR, from the capture, injection, transportation. So we analyze the effects of these impurities, and also in CCS, the most important factor is the economics. So we try to perform an economic assessment on CCS impure CO2 EOR. So this figure shows the CCS model we adopted for our study. So we start with the captures. So actually, they also proposed the 3 options, but we have used 3 different options, not this one. So anyway, at the CO2 sources, the CO2 and other mixture of the gas will be captured, and the CO2 will be separated. And this separated CO2 will be transported to the CO2 injection site, and this transport will be made by the pipeline or ships. And so in our study, we will focus on the transportation by pipeline. And the third one is the CO2 injections. Because we are focusing on CO2 EOR, our model consists only CO2, only the depleted oil reservoirs. So these figures can be summarized more schematically like this. So this is the integrated CCS CO2 EOR model. So we have the reservoir model. So in reservoir model, so CO2 will be injected, and from the injected CO2, the oil will be recovered. And some of the injected CO2 will be stored in the reservoirs. So from this reservoir model, we can calculate the oil recovery and CO2 storage. So from this reservoir model, we will have some recovered oil and CO2 injection and recyclings. So from this CO2 oil recovered, we can make the revenue model. So this revenue model includes the gross revenue from the oil recovery. But this is the CCS project, so we can have some tax credit for stored CO2. For the cost, we will consider the CapEx and operation and maintenance costs, and also the CO2 price. So because we should purchase the CO2 from the source. So by considering both the revenue and cost, we can calculate the net cash flow, and from this net cash flow, we want to calculate the net present value of certain process. So this figure shows the impure CO2 streams. So in this case, we are considering 3 different capture methods. The first one is the compression and dehydration. Second one is the double flash. And the third one is distillations. So in this case, we are considering the 5 different compositions of this fluid, this stream. So the main component is CO2, and also after the captures and separations, there are some impurities like the argon, nitrogen, and oxygen, sulfur dioxide. And for the case 1, so the CO2 purity is relatively low. So in that case, so we have lots of the impurities. So due to these impurities, we can expect that the performance of the CO2 EOR will be lower. So the price of the CO2 stream is lowest among these 3. The second one is the double flash CPU, and actually the CPU stands for the compression and purification unit. So here the CO2 purity increased dramatically, and also the price is also increased dramatically. The third one is almost pure CO2, and the price is the highest. So we want to compare the result of different quality of the CO2 stream and different price. So based on this quality and this price, we want to make some techno-economical analysis on the result. So first, to calculate the stored CO2, so we consider 2 different storage mechanisms. The first one is the solubility trapping, and the second one is the residual trapping. So to calculate the dissolved amount of the CO2, so we need to calculate the fugacity. So this fugacity is the fugacity of a certain component in aqueous phase. So this one is calculated by the mole fraction of the certain component. In this case, the CO2 in aqueous phase and the Halley's constant. So this Halley's constant is defined like this. Oh, actually, this is broken, I think. So this is the Indonesian version of the window. So there is some problems here. So anyway, so the Halley's constant is calculated from the Halley's constant at saturation conditions, and there should be some integration here. So, and this is molar volume. So the Halley's constant at saturated condition is calculated by the correlation equation. Also, this one, the molar volume is also can be calculated the correlation equation by installing this correlation equation into the reservoir simulators. We can calculate the fugacity of the CO2, and from this we can calculate the CO2 solubilities. Also, so because we are considering the impure CO2, so we need to calculate the behavior of the fluid, so fluid mixtures. So this table shows the data we used for fluid modeling. So this one is the components in the crude oil. So we have a small amount of nitrogen and CO2, H2S, and also methane, ethane, propane, butane, and pentane. These are treated separately. For higher CO2 chain components, so we are using the lumping. So for example, for this case, C6 to C9 is lumped into one component, and from this case, the C10 to C17 is lumped into one component. So if the number of the components is too many, then it takes a lot of time. So if by lumping these components, and we can achieve very efficient computations. So this is the compositions. Actually, this is the mole fractions and the critical pressure and critical temperature and molecular weight of each component. And this is the reservoir model we use, and this is depths, the initial reservoir pressures and reservoir temperatures, and this simple grid, simple formation is divided into 94 by 1 by 20 grid blocks, and we have using the uniform grid size and the permeability, porosity. So initial oil saturation is 0.7 and initial water saturation is 0.3. This is the operational conditions we use in our case. So our operation scenario starts from 5 years of the water flooding, and then we have the additional 20-year the WAG process. So each WAG cycle consists of 1 year the CO2 injection and 1 year the water injections. So water injection rate is, we use the constant water injection rate as standard conditions, and also constant gas injection rate as standard conditions. And at the producing well, and it will be produced at constant reservoir pressures. And also for economic analysis, so we should calculate the economic parameters. So first we have considered the compressions. So to increase the pressure of the CO2, we need to increase. We should use the compressors for certain pressures. And after that, so if you want to increase one more time, then we use the pump. So this figure shows the capex of the compressions. So the capex of the compression is related to the mass flow rate and for each train and the number of trains. And also after certain, this is the initial pressures, and after certain pressures, this will be the switch to pumping. So this pressure is called cutoff pressures. And also we need to operation and maintenance cost, and this operation, the annual operation and maintenance cost is some fraction of the total capex. So usually we are using 0.04 or as the O&M factor.
I'm sorry, Professor, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. And also the capex for pump, we are using this equation, and for this, the power is important, and again, similar equation is used for O&M case. And for transportation, this is, we assume that the pipeline transportation. So for pipeline, the capex and OPEX is given by this. So here the factor is 0.025. And also for revenues, we have 2 revenues from the oil revenue and tax credits. So again, the equation is broken. So by combining all of this, we can show some result. So first one is the minimum visibility pressures and IFT. So we have the pure CO2, we have the lower minimum visible pressures, and the lower the interface tension, which is very favorable condition for oil recovery. This shows the effect of the pure CO2, and it has very sharp the front between the reservoir oil and the injected fluid. So which means also it shows the delay, the gravity override effect. So it will delay the breakthroughs. So again, the pure CO2 is very important. And also we can calculate the cumulative gas injections and oil recoveries. So as you can see here, so when we are using the pure CO2, we will have the the higher oil recoveries. And also we would like to calculate the CO2 trappings. So we calculate the residual trapped CO2 and solubility trapped CO2. And for all cases, for case 3, the pure CO2 is used, then we have the higher trappings, more trappings. So this is the amount of the CO2 trapping for each case, and case 3 has the largest CO2 trappings. And also for economic analysis, we have considered the following factors. So by changing the discount rate and oil price and CO2 credit and CO2 price. So actually, at least for our cases, the CO2 price is not so important, and the most important factor is the oil price. So by increasing the oil price, so the NPV will increase dramatically. So discount rate is also important. Again, the oil price discount here for different discount rates, so it is very important for economics. So tax credit it's not significant, and so finally I would like to conclude my presentations. So impurities in CO2 stream reduces the oil recovery, as we can see in dehydrations when we compare it with distillation cases. And compared with the pure CO2, the impurities result in 16% and 25% in residual and solubility trapped CO2. Actually decrease. And also for economic analysis, CO2 price is not so important, but the oil price and discount rate is the much greater effect. Actually, this is the final slide, and thank you for your attention, and terima kasih, and in Korean is 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your insightful presentation. Please give a big applause for Professor Lee. It is always nice, Professor Lee, to see same indicator used between the departments. I also, from the mining engineering department, use NBV as the economic analysis and to indicate that our project is feasible or not. So it's very nice to see that we have something in common in mining departments. By the way, we finally arrived at the Q&A sessions. Well, to regulate this session, I will allow a maximum of 3 questions each for every sessions. And please raise your hand if you want to ask some questions, and then you can ask the committee to give you a mic and explain your maybe identity and for whom you may address your questions. I believe we have one question over here, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you for the chance given. My name is Usakti. I'm a senior technical support engineer in petroling. So the question either for Pak Asep or Professor Lee. What is the most crucial point or operations for CO2 on EOR? So is there anything need to be monitored closely, or any real-time analytics would be useful? And also the next question is, I can see from the Professor Lee questions about the fluid modeling on CO2 impurities due to the anthropogenic activity. If what I think is correct, do you mean to collect the sample of the CO2 based on the anthropogenic activity that model the relationship between that, and we will conclude which anthropogenic activity produce more CO2? Thank you.
Maybe for Professor Asep, you get that question. It seems that he asked you, Professor Permadi and Professor Lee. The first question, did you get it?
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure, and but let me try to explain what I got from my understanding of your questions. You know, the first question is very interesting to me because, again, generally, you know, when you want to do something, then you think about the difficulties. In my opinion, you will not do anything. So in this case, if you try to identify all the challenges, all the difficulties, and then you try to put some priorities, you know, which one is the most difficult operations aspects, what is the most challenging one, you know, maybe it's okay. I mean, in some point, that will be benefiting you. So far, to my understanding, when we start the plan to inject the CO2 in Meruap field without any references, without any examples, everything is difficult. Everything is challenging, you know. So if you would like to choose which one is the way you are going to take, you know, then you will cancel, you will, you know, you will not do it. But at that time, we did it. You know, even, you know, let's say we don't have any sources of anthropogenic sources of CO2 in the area at that time. So that is why we need to bring it, I mean, to transport it from Subang here in West Java to Jambi, you know. And I remember, you know, something unexpectedly happened at that time. For example, we did it during the Ramadan, and we started in the second week of Ramadan, meaning that the third week we have to stop the transportation. And you know what happened with the injection? That's unexpected. But again, to try to answer that, you know, difficulties, maybe some, you know, you still can identify, you know, you just put some, try to find the solutions on that things. Technology will make it easier, you know. Maybe in the past it is difficult, but now it's not. Maybe in the past it is expensive, but now it's not. So when you think it is difficult to do, then you will not do it. And what do I think at this time? To my understanding, it is very great potential, except for those things. If you want to bring CO2 from one side to another, or from one source to a sink, you know, from capture site to an oil field, for example, then you don't have any permission to bring it, to transport it. Then it will not happen. See what I'm saying? You know, sometimes you see it is difficult, but it is actually easy. Sometimes you see it is easy, but actually it's difficult. Maybe that's only happened here in Indonesia, I'm not sure. But anyway, I would like to ask every one of us, you know, every one of you, you know, who now is here, you know, just keep high spirit, you know. We are on the right way. We are on the what can I say? The thing that will benefit all of us, you know, in terms of injecting CO2. We do have capacity. We do have a program. Professor Lee mentioned about the economics, you know, and I'm, you know, also concerned about the economics, especially. on some cases it's maybe it is impossible, but in some other cases, some other cases it is very possible. And the second one, maybe this it depends on the source on scene system for anthropogenic sources of CO2. Maybe Professor Lee can answer that question very or more understandable to you. Thank you.
Thank you for Prof. Ramadi. I'm sorry, sir, but could you repeat the second questions, because I think Professor Lee and I didn't quite get the questions. I think it's about impurities. Please, the committees.
In one of the slides, Professor Lee mentioned about the fluid modeling upon CO2 impurities based on the anthropogenic activity. So what I'm thinking is, do you mean to collect the sample of the CO2 from any anthropogenic activities, then build a correlation between that, and then decide which anthropogenic activities produce the most of CO2? Something like that, or it's something else? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, for my approach, if in the case when I apply my approach to the field case, so I think your point is very important. But at this point, so my idea is purely academic, and also what I'm thinking is, so there are many different the capture and separation method. So when we consider the economics, we should have some options. So if we pay more for separations, then the final product of the CO2 stream will be very high quality. But if you pay less for separations, then there are many impurities in the CO2 stream. So for economic sense, we may choose so low quality CO2 stream with the less cost, or so high quality CO2 with very paying more. So we have some choices, but to choose one of the options, then we need some preliminary techno-economic analysis is needed. So that's the purpose of our study, and the reason is that because the impurities in the CO2 stream has basically negative effect on oil recovery, except for the sulfur dioxide. The sulfur dioxide decrease the minimum miscibility pressures, but for all the other components increase the minimum miscibility pressure, which means unfavorable, which make the unfavorable conditions for oil recovery. So lower oil recovery means the lower revenues from the CO2 EOR, which means the decrease the economics. But there is the compensating effects. So that's the reason I think we need to try to make some techno-economic analysis. So, but the problem with this kind of study is that in the published the papers, it is really hard to find the composition of the CO2 stream from the source. Also, it is very difficult to find the CO2 cost. So our study is limited only for publicly the published data, but if you have really worked for the industry, then you may have your own data. Then we can produce much better result.
Maybe additional thoughts, sir, or that's satisfactory? Already clear? Okay. Maybe another question from the audience. Yeah, sir, maybe the committee, please. The sir on the third row.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gio. I have two questions for Prof. Asad. The first point, Indonesia has many idle wells. Can the CO2 EOR or CC US support either well to meet one oil barrel in 2030. And the second, what use the factor considered for feasibility of CO2 or on either well in Indonesia? Thank you.
For Professor Pramadi, I guess you can answer first, sir.
Yeah. Yes, we do have that target, for 1 million oil production on 2030, right? And just make some, some little discussion with one of my colleagues, even during this conference, because our production now not in the trend of increasing, but in the trend of decreasing, right? Comparing to what we got in the last year production. Now we are maybe in just 500 or above. And to my understanding, regardless of the optimisms of all of the stakeholders in achieving 1 million barrel of production in 2030, the fact tells you a different story, right? Now we are decreasing, and then even we cannot, I think in the last 2 years, even we cannot reach the target for our national budget plan, right? APBN, right? We should take some lesson learned from that things. But many of us just still optimism. Now, how about CO2OR? Again, if you have some willingness and you have some commitment to do it, and then we see, generally, it takes, like, let's say, we just calculate something very roughly, okay? About 20% maximum of CO2 additional oil. Then you see of our production, if you just implement all of the CO2 EOR, into the, let's say, the current level of production, and then we have additional like 25%, it will not reach 1 million in 2030. So my best answer, maybe it's still hard to achieve 1 million from CO2 EOR only, even. And using the best number for additional oil recovery from CO2 EOR in the North America cases, during maybe since 1970s, maybe maximum only 15%. How can we achieve 1 million production when you have only 500,000, right? 500,000 BOPD. 500,000 or so to make sure that this is 500, between 500 and 600. Okay? The second question is about idle wells, using idle wells, right? CO2 is not about the wells. CO2 EOR is about the reservoir. Meaning that you have to have relationship between the possibility of having additional oil from remaining reserve with certain condition of reservoir, with certain condition of operating condition, certain condition of reservoir, certain condition of operations. Not about the well. And not to mention that, again, the problem in terms of operational is the cost. So in terms of the cost, then you can do anything in idle wells, even in active wells. It doesn't matter, to my understanding. Because what you are doing is to increase the production from the remaining reserve. Maybe sometimes it's confusing, you know. Maybe the remaining volume of oil. When you say reserve, based on definition, that means the volume that you can recover, right? Based on the current technology, based on current condition of social, of politics, so whatever, economics, and so forth, right? So the remaining volume of oil in the reservoir, and then you achieve by certain mechanisms to get additional oil. So my best answer is, of course we can do it in idle wells. If you have, how many idle wells in Indonesia? Probably 10,000, 15,000. But you know, the location is different, you know, it's far from sources, that makes you the story. But otherwise, it doesn't matter. I guess that's my best answer to your questions.
Thank you, Professor Permadi. Do you have any additional thoughts? No? Okay. Maybe another questions from the audience? No? Okay, from the middle row, Mr. Dodo, please, or...
Okay, this question for Professor Lee. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Jose Carlos Vervete. I'm from Usakti University. The question is, what are the main cost components involved in the CO2 capture, transport, and storage during the WEC process? And how do these costs compare to the potential economic benefits derived from enhanced oil recovery? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I believe he's asking about cost components, sir.
You are talking the difference between the pure CO2 and impure CO2 for
the component involved in the CO2 capture, transport, and storage during the WEC process.
I believe he's asking about
the main
operational expenditure between the stages of the WAG process.
So actually, I'm not so familiar with the operational aspects, but at least for both of them is the gas stream. So basically, in operational sense, there is no big difference, but in the reservoir performance is totally different. So because as I explained during my presentation, so except for the SO2, all the other components increase the minimum miscibility pressures. So to maintain the miscible conditions, we need to increase the injection pressures. But in many cases, we cannot control the injection pressures because the injection pressure is too high, then it can create the fractures. So there is some limitations. So in that case, we should inject the CO2 in immiscible conditions. In that case, the recovery is much lower. So that's the biggest disadvantage of the impure CO2. So is it?
Maybe that's clear, sir?
For transportation, so actually, I'm not sure there is any studies on the effect of the impurities on the pressure loss during the transportation. So I just used the one single equations for CO2 because I cannot find any equations to predict when the impure CO2 stream is moved. That's kind of one of the limitations of the calculation. Yeah. I think that's a very good point.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Lee. Do you have any additional thoughts, sir?
No.
Okay, good. Okay then, thank you, Prof. Permadi and Prof. Lee, for the insightful sessions today. I believe we have arrived at the final step of our sessions. Unfortunately, I have to stop these sessions for Q&A. And the audience, if you have the question left, you can ask the speakers outside this event, or also you can email our professor for additional questions. Again, thanks for your excitement for this event, but we already arrived at this. Before ending the session, I would like to express my gratitude to our speakers today, Professor Permadi and Professor Lee. Thank you for your opportunity to listen to your exceptional experiences. Lastly, forgive me for all the mistakes I have made through the sessions. I wish you all the best in the future. Finally, I believe the task is complete. Mbak Prayang, thank you Icpmget 2024 for having me as a moderator. See you again in the future. I'm giving back the session to Ms. Prayang. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, please give applause to our notable speakers and moderator. Thank you very much, Prof. Asep. And Kamsahamnida, Igyo Sunim. Thank you very much. And so before we close this session, FTKI Universitas Trisakti would like to give the token of appreciation. Therefore, gentlemen, would you please to move forward for the giving of the token of appreciation. And for this session, we'd like to invite the Dean of FTKE, Bapak Dr. Suryo Prakoso, and also the Chairwoman of Icpmget, Dr. Kartika, to deliver the token of appreciation and certificate. The first certificate received by Professor Ken Sang-ni from Hanyang University, Korea. And follow with the exclusive souvenir from FTKI Universitas Trisakti. The following certificate received by Professor Asep Kurnia Permadi from Institut Teknologi Bandung. All right, and last but not least, the certificate received by the moderator. Thank you very much, Professor. And continue with photo session, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much once again to our notable speakers, moderators, and boards of Universitas Trisakti. So ladies and gentlemen, again, before we close the whole plenary session, let us have a photo session together again. So to all notable speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants, would you please to all rise from your seat? We're going to have the photo session again. And our photographer will take the photo in front of the stage. Okay, please come forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the end of the plenary session of Icpmget 2024. But we still have another agenda and don't miss it. On behalf of the committee, I am Prayang Sani Yulia. Would like to say thank you very much for your participation. And we'll see you on the next event. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.